I think they're playing a little bit more defensive in the draft.
Defensive in a way that they are also taking away the heroes that BTR wanted to have, especially with this Melissa. But then again, this is such a great glue game in many ways, because you know already that the Hirara will be picked up. You know that there's already a Selena out there. So there's so many things that you can actually do as the glue in this scenario. So although it was pretty defensive for Team Vamos for me, I think that they have a very comfortable draft the way that they take a look at it. And I feel like Error 404 is that kind of player who wants to prove that he's one of the best, if not the best, jungler in the international stage. And this time he's going to be up against Nael, an experienced player as well. And when it comes to the Fanny versus the Hirara, it's never going to be a Fanny-sided affair. But if the Fanny player is masterful with it, so many ways that he can counter actually the Hirara.
Yeah, great individual rotations, but of course that's set up as well by the information provided by your roam and your mid laner. So if ever Vamos wants to lean towards getting a little bit more faster around the map, maybe surprisingly picking up a Farsa in the mid, that could be all right too, just for the info knowledge balance, because knowing Moreno, he's going to be able to place those traps in really great areas, being able to constantly read the Fanny. And that's where the strength of the Fanny that you mentioned comes from, that if it's really good, it goes really well, and despite it going up against Herrera. So the flex responses are still getting respected here by Vamos. They ban out the Cho. Moskov later on is still open in the gold lane for Emma.
They might just consider the Clint as well. But the Phygital is not open, so they will not have that option. So they might just deprioritize that one. But there is a world where they pick up the Badang actually here for Phygital Vitality. And the reason why I say that is because of the Fanny, but also once you cycle out the go away from the Melissa, then you have another way to approach the teammates. So it's going to be the Moscow, which is one of the typical answers to this Fanny. So instead of utilizing a gold laner to counter the Melissa, they use their gold laner against the jungler. So this will be a very slow approach from BTR. And let's see if they can be successful with it. This Moscow plus the Hirara, it's very demanding when it comes to the farm.
Well, it's not going to be the speed that they're going to be going for. They go for arguably the most rushed and most loved. Although if you ask me, I am strongly a Eudora hater in this patch. Eudora gets picked up, and then the Barretts as well. So that's a very strong front line, great defense. But I think it's just going to be up to Vamos to rotate really well so that Error 404 is set up.
Yeah. I think what they demand now for BTR is just support and sustainability. So if they're gonna be looking for another XP laner, it's more of a meat shield. I feel like something like a Hylas actually for them, because I don't think that they have the luxury of going greedy with their roam pick or their potentially XP pick as well. They might just go for something in the rise of sustain, and Esmeralda kind of fits the bill. There's still a greedy drop from Bigatron by Vitality, but you understand what they're going for. They went in for sustain. They went in for the late game as well, and they're going to be looking to survive the much faster tempo of Vamos' composition.
Yeah. Well, with a very clear identity of what these two teams want to do, I can't help but have to lean a little bit more towards a lineup that has the Fanny and Melissa, because we've seen some really great Fanny performances, and then so far this Melissa might look like it's gonna be safe. The Barretts has been a absolute tear too. I'm partly thinking that Vamos might have won this draft.
Yeah, and the reason why I would agree with that heavily, in fact, is because of what I said. This is a snowball fight metagame. This is a win early, hopefully do not mess up your push and end the game as soon as possible. They have the tools to get to that. This Barrett's in combination with a strong mid duo of a Eudora with the glue is such a scary combination that BTR might not be able to survive. Fortunately for them, they have a way to kind of speed up the Hirara because of this typical season hunter Selena. So if they utilize this Hirara much faster, maybe there's a way for BTR to actually equalize in the early stages, but I feel like Team Vamos has got a super duper strong early game proposition.
Speaking about speed though, and early, you might have cursed it just a little bit. Arrow 404 now has to swing around and dance to get back for the kill towards Zekif, but BTR by Vitality started off hot through Moreno's Abyssal Arrow. Klokun and Zekif now seek to regain control in the river, and this is why I said what I said, and we agreed upon it as well. It's really up to how the composition with the Fanny through the roam and mid handle the center of the map. Now when you're up against someone like Moreno, who is known for being very brave with just tossing out those arrows, and the team will capitalize if he gets a good stun, well, that's what you get at the early game. But that was only one. There's still a chance Vamos will be able to prove that their lineup much earlier is way better in the turtle fight.
I think my post-it note got blown away, and that post-it note was never doubt Moreno, the maestro. I think it got blown away somewhere. I can't find it in my desk right now. But remind me, Renmar, to please never doubt Moreno, the maestro, once again, all right? Because this guy is amazing. This guy is very dependable, and you saw how much mileage Phygital by Vitality were able to achieve because of this player.
Can the Maestro do it again? Make Team Vamos dance to BDR by Vitality's tune. And so far, they're going to be the ones holding priority for this turtle. But the entry with the Detonus Welcome plus the Flicker, Nile is going to be able to secure this turtle. BDR by Vit get more kills. Nile gets traded out. That's a kill. 4 error, 404. But the members of Vamos now have to back off as Moreno, the Maestro, is making them dance to his tune. Klokun could be up next, but they're not going to risk the dive. Unless I might have spoken too soon. The arrow hits. No way that gets led into a kill. It won't be a kill, but that's just a quick heat check from the Maestro.
2-0 and 2 for the Selena. Gets a double in that turtle fight, and that closing arrow actually almost prompted BTR to dive. But then again, I think the idea here for BTR is to just punish this glue. In the early stages, as a roam glue, you don't have your ultimate, so even when you have the split, you're still very much vulnerable to any kind of chain stun. And that's exactly what BTR was able to achieve. And I'm actually surprised that Arrow 404 still went in and committed to the fight. They could have just split pushed after the initial death of Zekif. But then again, BTR just punished them heavily because of their decision making. And right now, everything that we've said about the composition of Team Vamos is down the drain.
Error 404 sends Shogun down the drain, finds him in the jungle for a quick kill. But it doesn't look like it's going to get translated into anything by Vamos. Maybe a few hits on the turret down bottom for the Barretts, and the Eudora has been sent down bot to supplement the Barretts as well. And it seems with how they're positioning, they might be looking to get a cheeky kill together 17 seconds before this turtle spawns.
This is the only way that Arrow 404 can recover from this early game. Go for the side lanes now. I don't think that they have the absolute right to go and head-to-head collide against the BTR with this composition that they have. I mean, with the lead that BTR has amassed in the early stages, they should just split. And even Finn is a big threat. Look at this. Look at how much damage they're throwing onto Finn.
What?
Finn just survives. Oh,
that was everything, but here comes the Patrick. Zekif is not going to be taunted in by the Wrath of the Dryad, and they did throw everything towards the Belleric. And in the end, the Belleric still survives. Advantage now for Vamos. Detonus Welcome. Perfect catch onto one. That's Nile down Vamos. It's finally clicking for them. An Abyssal Arrow gets tossed out by BTR by Vit. Will not be able to contest this turtle.
I don't know what's up with all of these Barretts players, but they're very sneaky with it. The reason why Cisco was able to nail that Daytona's Welcome, it was because of the aggression coming out from Zekif. I'm not saying what Zekif did was actually the right thing to do. Still wasted his ultimate onto Finn. But then Sizga made something out of nothing, out of the overextension coming up from Zakif. He was able to sneak through that Rock Ursa bush. Because of that, Nael did not think that there was any kind of threat. He gets taken out by Sizga, and that's now Team Vamos recovering from the early stages.
3 members of BTR by Vid want to go after Nako in the gold lane, but Vamos is there to back up their Melissa. If you look at the dictionary and search sneaky, you will definitely not find a picture of Barrett. But I gotta agree with you, man. It's somehow the players today are so... I don't want to say sneaky again, but they're really good with it. I think it's because that distance is usually underestimated by players, that you can really max out the detoness welcome from far away even without a flicker, and then you just find these really crazy angles. It's modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah, I agree.
I got you there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. What I want to say though about the Daytona's Welcome White is very tricky as Moreno gets taken out. Probably another Daytona's Welcome, as we saw it's on cooldown.
Sizga
it's
the flicker out.
Sorry.
Yeah, now, Daytona's Welcome. This is gonna buy time for himself, but he's still gonna be able to get taken down here by BTR, by Vit, as Vamos now just decide to hold on around the turtle. Fanny close by. Error 404 is at 4-1-0. The standout player for Vamos. BTR by Vit, though, are able to push back Team Vamos. Looks good for both.
Arrow's not landing. They all Finn with the initiation right now. They caught the Fanny as well. Oh, what a mistake around from Team Vamos. And the shutdown was there. Finn, oh my goodness. What an initiation coming out from the Wrath of the Dryad. And of course the flicker. And they caught the Fanny with it as well. The damage coming out from there was just too much. And look at this Zakif. Unfortunately, when he popped that ultimate, that was actually his death sentence. And now BTR have won the team fight once again.
It's like you could hear the song playing in the background, pop that ulti like this, playing for Finn, and it was perfect. Perfect entry, perfect timing, and now BTR will have the lead into this. Air 404 wants to get his purple buff. The Nile Hirara, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be able to steal it away, but now they're going to be forcing a fight as Sizga finds himself in a really good angle. Detona's Welcome not going to be available just yet, still coming in. Just utilized. Here comes the catch, the grab, but Shogun is going to be able to purify. Error 404 with a shutdown onto Nile. Sweeping in out of nowhere, gets his 5th kill and 2nd assist. Oh, excuse me, no assist there, but yeah, he gets a 5th kill.
And the most important thing about that is that's a shutdown. That's a counter for his own shutdown just a few seconds ago. And now they might even poise to take this purple buff. Seems like they won't because of the flying clouds. And again, they took a turret in the middle, which means that they have regained the momentum. So these two teams are showing us that, yeah, surely there is the snowball meta that we have, but if we keep rallying against our opponents, if we win the tug of war, then eventually they can take over in the early stages. In this scenario, though, we have reached the mid-game, but we don't know who's leading just yet. For now, it's Team Vamos because of the momentum that they were able to get from the middle. And if they push down the bottom, this is a lot of territorial control around the upcoming Lord.
Good hold here for Vamos, as by BTR will have to play through their split push Moskov up top, get a little bit more control on the other side of the map. Vamos is reading into this well. They're not just willingly giving up the towers or control around the mid. They still have to do a little bit of cleanup up top, and then they're gonna go back. They leave the Barretts to get information. BTR by Vit now have a little bit of a stronger case for this Lord.
It's not gonna be easy for BTR, despite them having a lot of information already in here because of the turret in the middle that was taken out, and also big push coming up from Arrow 404 up top. This is going to be split, and again, this is the Fanny, so can traverse the map easily. if he wants to still fight this. And interestingly, Eman actually shows himself in this Lord Dance.
All right, Eman's already here. Air 404 all the way in the orange buff. BTR, it looks good for them, but they are still facing the Barretts. A quick -1. Reno lands an arrow. They're bringing the Barretts down low. Charge yourself. The death and the welcome. Already CC Music goes in, and it finds the Belleric. Here comes Arrow 404 with the sweeps, with the dance. Zekif gets left behind. Nile, though, gets caught out as BTR by Vic gets pushed back. Nile decided to go forward, and he gets punished. No more juggler here for Big Tron as Vamos look to get this Lord, but BTR are not going down without a fight. They are stretching this out to see what they can get. That's the perfect entry again by Finn, and Eman is free with the free hits, but Error 404 is still alive, and with a fanny up, Vamos gets the Lord. Eman wants more, and he gets another one. Make that two, and it lands the Abyssal Arrow plus the Spear of Destruction. That could have been worse for Vamos, but BTR by Vit made magic. They got as much as they could.
A lot of important moments out there, Redmar. The start was pretty bad for BTR as they got zoned out. Even Nael, who popped these 2 iframes very early in the fight when we saw that Zekif showed himself, Sizga as well showed himself out there. And that meant that when Nael dove, which was so weird for me to see, Team Vamos was able to collect that kill, but BTR with the shot calling, I think it was from Eman because Eman was even leading afterwards, and then that flicker, Wrath of the Drive from Fade was so nasty that it caught an important member of Vamos, allowing for Eman to get a big momentum shift in favor of BTR. Still, the retribution on the Lord favors Team Vamos, that's why they got it, but then Eman secures 2 kills, even outplaying Natko in that regard.
Spirit of Destruction will land again. Eman takes it, but Vamos are already retreating. Maybe it will boil down to that, just a moment of magic from individual players, as this has already gone against the grain of what we've expected from previous games, especially the grand finals of MSC. It hasn't been snowball. It's just been a slow, as you mentioned it, tug of war. And there's another tug of war where Reno, he wanted to start things off with the Abyssal Arrow, but he gets punished. The tug of war did not favor them there. They pulled at the wrong time, and he gets punished by the Barretts of Siska.
This game is just so chaotic. It's very, very full of tension, a lot of friction between 2 teams. It's so hectic in a way that even just the slight overextension will get punished by your opponent, and your opponent can also be taken out easily because of that. Now they take the purple buff, and an important real estate lead for Team Vamos in the next minute, because this is the purple buff that will align when the Lord comes, which means that Nael will not have as much resources compared to a Fanny, and already the Fanny can just go for the split push. Actually goes in for the fight. What?
Okay, that you could see the vision potentially. If Eman found it, or if Error 404 didn't do that quick little hezzy and he was still on the way, that Spear of Destruction probably would have landed. But in the end, Error 404 does not lose his life. But I feel like that was just a quick little heat check from him. Knowing him, he'll probably try that again. But maybe with a little bit more backup from the rest of his team. He does try it again, but he gets spotted out. He gets brought down to 50% health. BTR by Vit are playing really well with the knowledge that the Fanny could just come out of nowhere. Siska already getting poked down. They're trying to force out the death and as welcome anything so they can build advantage. The Abyssal Arrow will not land up to anyone. They force out the flicker. Shogun and Emma go forward, but it's the needles from Muddles and Melissa that's sending them back. Emma is desperately trying to stay alive, and he does. The free hits and the collapse by the rest of the team around him keep him safe. Glocken gets brought low. BTR by Vitality, just like that. Half advantage for this Lord Wolf.
And at the Wrath of the Giant, the stun that connects with it. There's gonna be the go away, but Nael will be taken up by the door with the burst damage. But Moreno cannot be stopped. So is Eman. BTR by Vitality have outplayed Team Vamos. Air 404 will be able to split push in the middle. And that will be enough to actually stop BTR by Vitality. Air 404 gets the Vitality, but on to Finn, get double! Error 404 like a magician, pulling rabbits out of his hat. But this is still a very, very close fight between Team Vamos and BTR by Vitality.
It isn't the snowball fest that we got used to after just one full grand finals in MSC. It's tension, it's a push and pull, and it's a little bit of magic from both sides as Error 404, from fighting to split push to eventually getting the Lord with the rest of his team. At a moment there, I was wondering why it looked like Vamos were desperate and they could have just backed. Even I myself missed that little split push that Error was doing. That's what led to 3 kills by BTR by Vit.
There is a word that I want to use for both of these teams, but more so for Team Vamos. They're primal. Team Vamos, there's really not much system in what they're trying to do, but they're winning because of what Error 404 is trying to do. Renmar.
Now here comes what could potentially be the final fight. Error 404 fights it again, but he gets stunned, speared into the wall. A shutdown for Nile. Vamos still has their Melissa, and they are doing everything they can to build around this lead. It's just going to be a slow retreat before they go again for the re-engage. They still have the detonous welcome of the Barretts, but they decide to play it slow. They will usher in their minion waves through the bottom lane, and maybe they'll be able to get another one through this. Detonous welcome getting charged up. He will not commit it. No catch yet by Vamos. They're not going to be able to get this turret. With the entry by BTR by Vitality, Moreno's trying to find an angle. SOD lands. Here comes Eman. Natko trying to get away from all of this as BTR by Vit are pushing Vamos back. Moreno with a kill onto Zekif. Now through the clouds. It's going to be coming here. Vamos might have just bitten off more than they could chew, but it's a turnaround. Natko is free. BTR over Chase. The Abyssal Arrow lands, but it will not be enough. It's a double kill for Natko. Vamos and Vitality do not want to let this go.
Giving in to their primal senses, BTR tried to chase against Team Vamos. They tried to go for a kill onto Natko, and with all due fairness, Eman had found the right angle for the SOD. But then again, the protection camera from Team Vamos was just pristine. Sizka surviving for too long. And that allowed Natko to refresh his ultimate. Already has the models that actually dealt so much damage up against.
No way.
Up against that. Oh my goodness, Error 404 is so good with the Fanny.
He's able to pop the immortality. He made it look so easy. He took a bit of hits. It could have gone wrong for him, but Error 10-3-1. Let's not doubt a Fanny rush again because he can definitely play it. And I don't think it's really just Zekif and Klokun. Yes, they're able to supplement him, but you gotta admit, when you're seeing a generational Fanny user in your screen, you have to acknowledge.
Oh, we have to acknowledge, definitely, Error 404 showing us how it's done. It's not the cleanest for Team Vamos, nor for BTR by Vitality, but they're making things happen. No immortality now for Eman. Nael is already on his 6th death, but still is a threat for Team Vamos. They're too far away from the Lord, though. It seems like there will be a reset from Team Vamos because they have not found where Nael will come from. It's gonna be a full swing. Error 404 might meet them. Gotta be careful of your screen drag right now, Error 404.
He sees him in the mid lane. They try to bait him out, but they're just too slow. He pops Moreno easily. The Selena is gone. It's 5v4. But you see Zekif, you see Klokun. They've got him behind enemy lines. They've broken the formation to start off onto Eman. Here comes Zekif, a perfect entry. Plus the Deathless welcome as well. The taunt by Finn to keep BTR by Vitality alive, but they might have just delayed it. Eman is getting blasted by this Melissa. Error 404 could not find the angle to pop him. BTR by Vit are still in this fight. They still don't have their mid laner. It's still 5v4. The muddles, the damage from Natko. Vamos, they are stopping Vitality in their tracks. Finn trying to make magic and finding an angle, but he's gonna get brought down low. Vitality will now back off, forced to retreat. Shogun gets away. Vamos wins the Lord Dance.
And I know that Eman is one of the best Melissa players that we've seen just as of late, but Natko is making a name for himself. Not the cleanest as well, but in that team fight, in that Lord Dance, they were able to fend off BTR by Vitality. And that was started again by this Fanny, taking out the Maestro in the middle, surviving against the flank that BTR wanted to do. Zakif himself went in for the flank in combination with the stun coming out from Klokun that was enough to reposition the members of BTR. Just that war of attrition, the tug of war, they have won the Lord Dance.
BTR wants to build advantage for this defense. They pop the glue, but look at Natko going wild. It does a Detonus welcome. A perfect catch by Siska. He gets Nile. Finn falls. And BTR by Vitality are delaying, but it seems like it's inevitable. 2 members remain. Error, Natko, Ziki, Siska, and Klokun have pulled and broken the tension. They win game 1. But that felt like that was one of the best games I've seen.
For sure.
In recent memory. What the hell?
The back and forth for both teams, even in a 4 versus 5 scenario, BTR still managed to kind of make it look even. But then, just the heroics coming out from Error 404, we saw Klokun with just the initiation. Siska, if he's able to find a good opening with the Tonus welcome, he blows the team fight wide open. But in that last fight, Natko, so consistent with his positioning, good target acquisition. And by target acquisition, I mean who is gonna get hit by Muddles. That's the reason why Eman could not reposition properly, because when he tries to help his teammates, he gets hit by the Muddles and now he has to retreat just immediately. Everybody has to retreat from the Melissa right after getting hit by that Muddles. And all of these little things that you add up together, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way out of a very close tug of war between them and Team BTR. What a game that we've seen.
It felt like that game for BTR by Vitality felt like, do we get the right target for this arrow? If the answer is yes, they go, they build advantage. But then the harsh reality of the lineup that they're up against, that as long as the Barretts is alive, somehow that's all the room the Fanny, the Eudora, and this Melissa needs. Never would have I imagined that I'd seen a frontline team fighting formation of you get Barretts in the wings alongside the glue, and right in front of them, alongside them in the front line, is a Melissa, bro. That it knows that it's safe because it has the go away, and if you get close to the Melissa, she actually wants that for herself. Still, BTR, through some really great execution around the Roman duo and even by Eman, were able to keep this a close game. But we doubled down with what we pointed out in the draft. Vamos, their lineup, without any reach from BTR by Vitality. Yes, they have the Moskov. It's just not enough to deal with this Melissa come the late game.
Yeah. But the reason why we say that is because Team Vamos are just so good at creating chaos, sometimes to their demise, but they always want to keep BTR guessing their next move. It's what they're trying to do here, especially for Error 404. This is not a traditional way to approach a Lord Dance. They slowly won it because of what they're able to achieve. And look at this. Zakif just wanted to help his teammate, moves a little too forward, gets hit by the passive of Eman, and Eman gets a double afterwards. And then Moreno trying to look for an angle. Look at Siska trying to retreat, but because of the Muddles, when BTR wanted to go for a kill, they got poked so hard that now they cannot keep their control of this Lord.
Yeah, and when you're playing around the Moskov, and even though Vamos are playing a tight formation, theoretically the Moskov would do really well. If the rest of your front line suddenly has to disperse and back away because they're the threat of getting poked down and chunked down by the damage of this Melissa, then it doesn't help the Moskov. That's why the wins that you see Eman get for himself and for the team had to come from some crazy individual play. Team effort-wise, you actually saw that rarely in the highlights because, again, you see that models, the formation suddenly breaks. And that doubles down with what you say about Vamos, with how good they are at creating chaos. That models, that little freaking doll, was the full center point, was the focus of all that chaos in every team fight.
It kind of what it felt like is that it slimmed down the window of opportunity for BTR when they want to go for the kills, because when they initiate and they don't catch the Melissa, the moment that they go on an attack, let's say it's Sisga or Zeykiev, what happens is that they deal maybe 50% damage to these tank heroes in a split second. But when now the models comes back, all that Natco had to do was to pop maybe 3-5 attacks, and everybody from BTR had to scramble, and eventually they couldn't close down on a kill. They get poked out, they have to back down, and that destroys their formation. Then Error 404 comes out of nowhere, lands a kill. You see Clocken with a flicker and then a stun afterwards. It's just so nasty how they're able to play around this Melissa. And I think that this Melissa, you know what, I will not be surprised if this will be a priority pick for both teams. It could even be a first pick, given how good it was in that previous game.
Well, it did show up very early in the draft here for Vamos, and now let's see if that will end up becoming a thing for BTR by Vit, or maybe even Vamos. If ever there is going to be a side switch, are we really just going to be seeing the Melissa get rushed by these two in the first phase? Will we see a bit of a deprioritization on the Selena, of course, as we got to see that, yes, as great as BTR by Vit were able to play around their Selena, come the late game, they just did not have that reach that they really wanted. And it seems like dealing with the potential gamble of will the arrow land and will it actually lead into something good for us, maybe they're gonna start looking away from that.
Yeah, especially because when we look at the hero composition of BTR, you would think that it's a late game comp because of the Rara. You also have the Moskov, and the reason the nature of these heroes will mean that you can get into the late game and you will be able to win. But then again, there's still plenty of things to do, Renmar, and we still have plenty of more MLBB action. Don't go away, as the Games of the Future MLBB will be back after this break.
Nolan, and heroes like that for the potential main trade, and the Harley, of course.
Yeah. Honestly, if well, there's no Fanny, so I think they're tempting BTR to go for the Hirara. But honestly, man, if they pick up the Melissa first pick here, I will not be. I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna allow it if that happens. I know it's a crazy pick. I know that Hirara still is the top priority to get picked in here. Even a hero like a Belleric or a Valentina or a Barretts might take precedence, but even as of what my gut tells me that Eman wants to play that hero too after that game.
Yeah, and like the Melissa will end up with them. If this ends up becoming a Eudora rush for Vamos, they might end up just facing the same problem, right? Wherein they won't have enough reach to deal with the Melissa. So I'm pretty sure it's on the back of their heads that now for Vamos, I'm going to be the one encouraging, if I'm not mistaken, this is Coach Pakbet still with the team?
No.
Just go ahead and pick it up.
Oh. They had to snatch this Valentina because they don't want the Wrath of the Dryad to be given to BTR. That's going to be the Uranus. Way better hero, and then the Melissa,
there
as
we go.
mentioned. Honestly, because of this Harley now, it is different. But I would have said that the Valentina is not the best hero to kind of answer this Melissa. In fact, the Valentina is not good versus the 3 heroes that we have right now for BTR. But it's more of a necessary pickup coming up from Team Vamos is what I feel like. They don't want to give away the Wrath of the Dryad free. Already BTR by Vitality are in a very comfortable spot in this draft.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be up to Vamos to react more to everything that happened in that first phase. They will not have reach unless it's going to be through their gold laner. But they're at the risk of going up against a Uranus in the XP and then another tanky roamer. So you're going to need some shred. But with the Melissa around, I wouldn't be surprised if BTR by Vid even just go ahead and ban out something like the Clint and then get Vamos to scramble. Still, there's one pick that we saw, courtesy of Falcons, and the Hanabi for Super Marco, where there could be a light of hope in the gold lane for Team Vamos.
Yeah. Not sure if they are willing to do it. But then again, many things happen in the Malaysian region. They probably have picked up the Hanabi before and might have been successful with it. Good ban though on the Barretts here for BTR. I think the Barretts was also instrumental to Team Vamos' win in the previous game, and it's overall just a great pick up against the Melissa. Because of the Tijuana World Cup, you're immune to crowd control, so you're going to be easily initiating onto a Melissa in K. So that's a great ban. I'm actually interested why the Gadot catch-up was banned here for Team Vamos. It doesn't seem like the top priority for BTR.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other roamers that you could go for much later once you get to see what the 4th pick is. I think a little bit of a panic ban there, unless Vamos are setting it up for something, but doesn't look like it. Even if, like, let's say it is the Hanabi that they want to pick up, AOG isn't going to do much. Yeah, you get to the Hanabi, but you're putting yourself more in danger. They'll end up picking the Claude with it too. Were they just really thinking because of the more close to mid-range nature of their composition that they're going to end up with, that they just wanted to make sure that they're not going to get taunted? It felt like that's the case.
Yeah, typically you pick the Uranus against the Claude. This time the Claude is picked after the Uranus. So there's already a lot of questions with this Claude. That's why I also share your sentiments, Renmar. So we'll see. The BTR, the response typically to this is get another hero that has a knockup, or maybe a glue that generally is okay against this Claude, but most importantly, it's good versus the Belleric as well as the Harley. And you also don't give a big ultimate to the Valentina. You're gonna settle with the Eudora, also a hero that the Valentina does not love to copy. So overall, they are so anti-Valentina here for VTR. And I wonder how Team Vamos will close out their draft. They're gonna be looking for either their XP laner or their roamer. if they want to flex this Beleric up against the Uranus. I think they're stuck with Esmeralda in this scenario.
Yeah, and it might have been a slow creeping realization for Vamos that it really might just have to be go next for them. But let's see. It doesn't look like they have any more room to pull out any surprises. They get the Lapu-Lapu, an offensive tool that is burst damage. Lots of burst coming in from Vamos, but they have a lineup that deals with burst incredibly well. And they still have the problem of, can they annoy this Melissa enough? More than anything, I feel like this is up to the Lapu-Lapu, Beleric, and the Harley to actually make something work from not a lot of anything in their draft.
I'm sure that our co-casters, Gideon and Lafel, would have a lot more knowledge about this, but I feel like when you think Lapu-Lapu for Vamos, I think Sapat, right? I think that's the hero I associate him with. I'm not sure how masterful Siska is. And the reason why I am saying that is because of how important the role of the last pick Lapu-Lapu is. You mentioned how important the combination of the Beleric, Harley, and this Lapu-Lapu can mitigate the early game for Team Vamos, and with that kind of argument, it just strengthens the value of how good you should be as a Lapu-Lapu player in this game. So there's a lot of tasks here that's going to be given to Sisga, and let's see if Team Vamos can pull off a 2-0 up against BTR.
What can they do, and how will they do it with this last pick Lapu? It's a major question right now for Vamos. We enter this game. Gonna be a slow start for both. When it comes to the emblems, nothing in particular stands out. Except you do get the double boost for Finn, so you're gonna be expecting this glue to be able to roam a lot. Alongside Shogun as well, getting the agility for that extra movement speed boost.
Okay. Is this a kill? Moreno? No. That was weird, but the taunt was masterful. Niall, go for the dive. Actually survives, so not for long. Arrow 4 is ready. TR, a very questionable movement overall for their trio mid, and because of that, they give away 2 kills to Team Vamos, 1 kill for the rogue for the jungler, and a big lead in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head. I feel like they still could not let go of their more primal animalistic instincts from game number 1, because that didn't need to happen this early on. You all ended up getting a kill out of that Harley. Niall is not even going to be able to hit level 4 just yet. Maybe Thruzo with the Beetle, but math-wise, I can't remember if the Beetle should be able to make him hit level 4. He didn't get the Golem. He didn't. He's going to be lacking in levels. Arrow... Oh, wait, no. There it is. He's fine. He'll be able to hit level 4. Yeah. Although Vamos are holding into closer his purple buff. Deadly Magic has popped off. They're not going to be able to take down Moreno. Niall will not have a lot of help unless he's confident the glue and the Uranus will be able to do enough to provide space for him to be able to retrieve this in a 4v3 scenario. Moreno is close by, but it's going to be too risky for him to get close. Finn doing everything he can to hold on. Niall holding on by the bush. Vamos being very disciplined with it. They're not dealing any damage to the turtle whatsoever because they know that might help Niall's cause in getting it. Clockun gets found out. Niall gets a kill. Here comes Siska with the damage. He gets the start off and he finds Niall. It's the jungler of BTR by Vid, and we pose questions for the Lapu-Lapu, and Siska answers.
Whew, Siska masterful with it, with the flicker as well committed. And Team Vamos are now controlling this early game, this turtle dance. They're gonna be very happy to trade more levels for Air 4, especially because they have already taken out Nail. And the BTR, there's really no way for them to get the turtle. Unfortunately, Zakif had to pop his own ultimate, so that is a big tool for Team Vamos that will not be available in this refresh of the turtle fight. But then again, Air 4 is already level 6.
Good zone out here by the glue and the Uranus. Can BTR by Vit get the turtle? The answer is yes. Shogun goes down to Siska. That's a pullback from the glue. Clockun gets the ultimate of the glue. Are they going to be able to make something out of it? Let's see. He gets a little bit closer. Blazing to wet, not go. Goes in with the BMI as well. But it's just to send the members of BTR by Vit back. Vamos has the lead in kills. Maybe a little bit more map control too. But BTR were the ones able to secure that previous turtle.
It's going to be the trade for Team Vamos. With all due fairness for BTR, they still managed to take the turtle despite them having less levels compared to Air 404. To be fair, Air 404, they decided to go for the Uranus, which is a very tacky target rather than try the two, but on the backline still gets another kill onto Clockun, back to back, and now Moreno is in trouble with the deadly magic. Can he survive? No. And they will get a trade. Team Vamos, a mid for a mid. And this will even make things very, very, very full of friction in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, especially now that Siska has a second kill under his belt. Some fast rotations coming out from this EXP laner for Vamos, who we weren't able to see all throughout MSC, but now we're seeing him. And let's see if he's going to be building towards a more aggressive route, considering the early start that he had. That's going to be a cash onto Zeke, and it is clean. It takes a bit of time, but the Belleric finally falls to the Glue and the Hirara. BTR by Vit, they're getting a little bit more on the board. They're going to be able to steal that away from Error. And Error is able to get away without the risk of him losing his life.
Slight push here in the middle. Error 404 is trying to poke Finn out of there. But then again, for Team Vamos, this is the tempo that they want to play in, so BTR are countering them with it. So I would say that this is a great reaction coming up from BTR by Vitality. To counteract the Harley, you have to be faster. And typically we see Hirara players to be a little bit more passive, but NIL is just more aggressive right now.
It's gonna be another fight breaking off. Already committed the ultimate did Zeke. Vamos still has the raging slashes from the Lapu Lapu ultimate. Zeke miraculously gets the last hit on the turtle. Vamos might be able to get a turnaround with this with the shields, but they decide not to risk it as Natko took a lot of damage. That everything just went Vamos's way that time.
Ooh. A little bit of luck, but a lot of coordination coming up from Team Vamos is what I would say. The initiation coming out from Zeke and of course Air 404 being that fight, Sizga being so dependable as this Lapu Lapu, even defending the bottom lane, committing his ultimate, and will survive for a little bit more. Now Clockun might be here. Oh, what a slowdown coming up from Shogun. They get a kill afterwards, but they have lost so much. It's a 2v1, a 2-for-1 just to defend the turret in the bottom lane.
That is not the pace that Vamos wants to go. Just a few moments ago, it looked like their pace. It was them who was determining it. It was them setting the tempo for this game. It's BTR by Vid with some nice rotations, very decisive throughout, finding small wins in the side lanes, getting some ganks. Have now made Vamos dance to their tune again. Did they buy enough time for this Claude? Let's see. Natko still deathless. Seems like he didn't have trouble farming. They're now going to try to go for the cross-map split trade, but it's going to be BTR by Vit winning that. But Moreno is going to be paying for it with his life, with a quick little burst there. Slight disrespect coming in from Moreno, but that opens up the mat for BTR in the bottom lane. Natko and Zeke cannot do it against this Uranus.
No. Defense, but the push up top is so important for BTR. Now it's going to be another turtle fight. Niall is level 10, and so is Arrow 404. But there is the Lightning Truncheon, the second item now for the Harley. Gonna be answered by the War Axe now for Niall. So this is a pretty even fight between two junglers.
Well, there's a War Axe as well for Emma. So Melissa Nile gets spotted and blasted out. Vamos, they were the ones more decisive this time around, but here comes Emma. Oh, but Siska! He lands the stun! And the raging slashes onto Emma, forces the Melissa back. Forces to go away already, but the combo from Moreno is enough to take the Lapu Lapu down. Emma is able to survive. Arrow 404 gets that turtle. BTR by Vit are going to go in for the chase towards this Belleric. Zeke has the movement speed, and he'll be able to get out. The BTR by Vit, despite some magic there for Vamos. Eventually, again, it's their turn to realize the reality of going up against a Melissa comp.
Team Vamos have the great initiation to take out in there. When we talked about, I just said that it will be free, but now Arrow 404 getting taken out. Finn, an amazing initiation, and of course Moreno being ever so dependable. They want to go for the Eman kill right now, but Eman has already went out of there with the flicker to the side to kind of outplay Natko. Team Vamos, like you said, they are now experiencing what they did to BTR essentially. With this Eman Melissa being so good in the team fights, Nael. This is again not a perfect game for him. 3 deaths already, but time and time again he's doing a lot of good stuff for the team.
Whoa, Siska takes a lot. He wanted to do everything he could to protect the purple buff of Vamos for their Harley. But BTR by Vitality walks away with it. It's a ticking time bomb again that Vamos has to work through. This Melissa, used by them earlier. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. I have to point out, our item pickups here are a little bit wonky, so take it with a grain of salt. For a moment, I thought Eman had a War Axe, but he did not. I think we're just doing a little bit of housekeeping with our item pickups at this moment.
It was Nael who had the War Axe. I think it's all mixed up, but yeah, at least what they show right now is accurate. So that's the Malefic War recently picked up by this Hirara. 5-man push here going for Team Vamos in the middle. It's so interesting. I think they just want to group up together and then split when the Lord is about to spawn. But that means that Zeke will be taken out, or will he?
Oh, he had a flicker. He's able to get away. Clock on his Sisgar here. Nato with a blazing duet right after Eman. Can he finally take him down? He's going to be able to get away just in time. Nako got a kill there onto now, but it's this Melissa that's still standing with the Uranus and Glue. Even Vamos are looking at it thinking, oh, we don't need to deal with that. We can't. We don't have the reach. We don't have the damage. And this Uranus, Glue, Melissa trio are bullying Vamos towards their side of the jungle.
To be fair, Emma just played it so well. Natko just overspeeding a little bit. They want to still fight this. They don't have yield for the error 404, and without that, they just don't have enough to force Eman out of position. And even then, Eman has the flicker. And you're right. With 2 tanky dudes in front of the Melissa, there's nothing the Team Vamos could do. In fact, the Lord could be blitzed now by BTR.
It's because same play utilized by both. Just so Sugar get a position. Nile gets spotted out. Deadly Magics. Does he have the iframe? Yes, he does. He's going to be able to survive it and not being TR by Vitality. They look like they're going to be able to punish Vamos. That's another blazing duet entry by Natko. Can he actually survive it this time? But the question is, can he actually get anyone? He gets no one. BTR by Vit are too chunky. They're too solid. Arrow 404 gets spotted out and he's forced to go back.
And this means that BTR can just go back to what they were doing. They can blitz the Lord now. There's nothing the Team Vamos could do. It looked very promising for the concealed play coming out from Team Vamos to be able to eliminate Nael. But that, Nael survives the iframes of the Hirara. They wanted to go in against Eman once again, but they failed. They might not have lost anyone in that exchange, but now they will. Error 4 taken out. Moreno with the stun, and now they push the turret. Now they can go for the push. Now they can go for the dive. They want to go for Siska this time, and the Hirana dives back. A double kill coming out from Moreno. The Maestro with the Eudora. They get 2 turrets and 2 kills, and they want to go for more.
Vamos got greedy. They thought they had the jump onto Emma and a jump onto Nile, but no, it was a quick stun from the Eudora and a combo to change it all around. How's that for a Melissa game? A taste of your own medicine, courtesy of Bigatron by Vitality, delivered onto Team Vamos. We're going to a game 3.
Oh, Moreno, so good with it. He's also the reason why they were able to get Error 404 in the middle part of the map. A quick stun from the Eudora allowed them to take out the jungler so easily. Then they went in for the push. And then for that last part, up against Natko, again another initiation coming from the Eudora. But let's not forget the star of the show. Eman's Melissa was way too good. There was even a time where we saw that Natko tried to go for the Blazing Duet play, and Natko just overstepped just a pixel too far. He gets pushed back by the go away. That meant that there's a little bit of a stutter step and a mini stun. If you think about it, that was enough for BTR to eventually take out the Claude. Small things like that matters in this very close fight that we're seeing between two teams, and teams like Melissa is at the center of it all.
Melissa, who would have thought at some point will something break for whoever's going to be drafting on the red side of how they're going to be dealing with this Melissa? Do they rush it? Are they willing to give up either the Belleric or the Valentina? Does that mean they have to ban out the Belleric after maybe seeing the ban on the Atlas? But then that's usually hard to do on the last ban on the red side, considering how it's been manipulated by blue. Just when we thought we've seen enough, we're seeing a little bit more innovation coming out of the drafts, with Melissa now becoming a centerpiece of the trading between the two. A lot of the early game skirmishes and fights that you saw could have gone Vamos' way. There were a lot of trades, but the problem is if they cannot end it quick enough or cannot get a surmountable lead by the time the Melissa has items, there's no chance for them to win besides BTR by Vitality Air.
So good with it as well. Also, this was it, I feel like. Oh, no, it's not. I think this is going to be the next team fight after. Remember, Team Vamos have already taken out 2 members of BTR at this point. But because of Eman, as well as the 2 tank heroes from BTR, it seemed like an impossible task for them afterwards. Still Aeroforver gets the retribution. But then you're already feeling the strength of both the Eudora as well as the Melissa just 8 minutes into this game. Eman was just a beast. Look at this, that go away, and another one of that not go just get bounced back and forth. It was enough for him to be taken out by the members of BTR.
A little bit too... Gotta agree with you. He might have pressed his foot on the gas pedal a little bit too early there. I think in these scenarios, you really need the Claude and the Lapu-Lapu, both side laners, on the Melissa, because that's your only chance of actually being able to take it outside of Error 404, finding a crazy angle, and then you get a follow-up. But in the 2 big fights where you saw Natko go with the Blazing Duet and Siska go in with the Raging Slashes of his ultimate, they weren't completely in sync with jumping on the Melissa.
0, 0, and 8 for Eman. Never going to be able to explain how good his performance is if you just look at the KDA. This game was dictated by the Melissa. Whether or not Team Vamos could win the team fights was because of Melissa. Of course, let's not deny the fact that Nael made a lot of good plays in this game as well. Moreno with 4, 5, and 9 also does not explain how game-winning his plays were. So this is a game that you really have to watch. Never look at just the post-game stats. And already Team Vamos are just looking at the replay right now to make sure that they know what to do from the next game.
Yeah, and I think they're looking at those moments where they're trying to jump on this Melissa and what they could have done better on the execution. It's rare we get to see moments like these, but it's great that we actually get to, like, the team all huddled up together, looking at what they need to fix, talking about it. It's a treat, really, that we actually get to see this.
Yeah. And it's good that here in Phygital Games, the computers are already, like... prepared for them, easily, like literally in front of them, so they don't have to go back anymore. But then again, that's game number 2. If you head into game number 3, you already opened up a topic of whether or not red side should answer the Melissa, and I completely agree with that. I feel like that's going to be the approach for both teams. In fact, again, I will not be surprised if there could even be a first pick Melissa in the next game.
Have we actually gotten to that point of the metagame where Melissa is so back that she now has to get prioritized as one of your first picks, your blue one or red 1-2, and see how teams are reacting to that. We're going to be heading into a third game between BTR by Vitality and Team Vamos, 2 teams who had high hopes for the previous MSC, but just were not able to deliver. But maybe here at Games of the Future, they'll be able to find some hope and a great end for their run. Still, this is only day number 1. We're just starting. We're going to be going to a quick break.
Team Vamos that they might just end up picking up the Nolan instead of the Harley. We'll see. Still, at the center of all of the things that we talked about, it still is the Hirara that I feel like is the hero that teams should be looking at. Sorry, the Melissa.
Yeah, the trade and the chase for the Melissa. And you can't blame Vamos for, we pointed it out in the previous draft, picking up the Valentina and the Belleric as a priority because we have a clear idea into it. Technically, maybe they even already expected that the Melissa was going to fall into the hands of BTR because if you think about it, if your team is thinking about packing dive through side laners such as Lapu-Lapu and Claude as a means to reach and potentially take out the Melissa, then you don't want to go up against a Belleric because the moment you go in, you get taunted. It makes sense why the Valentina and Belleric were the priorities here for BTR for Team Vamos. So then you have to find the balance again. I have to agree with you. Maybe a letting go of the Valentina. If you still want the Belleric, that's fine. But then maybe save up your mid lane pick for later. Accept that the ultimate of the Belleric will get taken away from you. But then you pick up Poke so you have a little bit more of a buffer to work with to be able to take down that Melissa.
No. And the good thing about this Melissa is that it also allows for you to have more choices in your mid lane role because you don't have to really just pick up the Eudora. We saw how important it could be, but there could also be a combination of maybe a Selena in the mix, maybe your own Valentina if you want. You will have an option to pick that up as well because the Melissa is self-sustaining. It's not like a hero that you have to really protect anymore. Although there was a time where it has to be protected so much, but now all you have to do is to make sure that you have enough front lines. You don't have to really stick with the Melissa. If you're zoning out your opponents as the tanky dudes, then it's already enough for that Melissa to position herself well in the team fights.
Yeah, it's not even like sticking close information. I mean, that's what go away is there for. But we pointed out a lot in the previous game that the Uranus and Glue were just dudes. Literally, they were just dudes. They were just there. It's like, hey, our Melissa's gonna take care of you. Yeah. In the previous game, if I'm not mistaken, it was a Glue and Barretts that they had to deal with. So now let's see if Melissa will continue to have so much influence in this draft and in this game as the Paquito and Atlas get banned out by Vamos and the Fanny gets banned out by BTR.
Yeah. It's going to be the same approach for BTR. And I think this is the game. This is the game that we're going to see it. I feel like. Oh, they ban it. Oh, come on. Come on now.
I mean, sometimes you just need the simple solution. If you don't want to draft against it, just ban it straight up. Am I sad? I am sad that Melissa gets banned.
Because I feel like they want to go for Hirara first pick and then eventually BTR will take that Melissa. That's why I feel like the path is for them. So BTR just straight up banned this Hirara. Now that opens up to Marcel, and I wonder if Team Vamos actually puts that in their priority because the Valentina is still available, so that means that the golden hour can be stolen. But overall, Marcel just achieves so much in the team fights.
Okay, then the Marcel is open. But is Vamos going to be able to pick it up knowing that the Marcel Valentina trade is up for grabs? They might just go ahead and pack all the poke and fast scaling with it. Go Marcel, get the Granger later, a la ONIC and how they like to play the Marcel. But no, instead of picking it up themselves, they get the Valentina. How do you feel about this?
I understand it. I understand why that is the case. I don't think that it's the best and first pick for sure. But in this state that we have in the draft with the Freya, Fanny, as well as the Hirara being banned out, as well as the Melissa all taken away by them, it means that there is no hero that you really have to prioritize in the draft. That's why I say that I understand why the Valentina was first picked up. It prevents the Belleric, it prevents the Marcel. It actually is a good pick only in this particular scenario. This is not something that you can see. And also, this is a direct byproduct of what we saw from the first two games.
Glue in the Harley gets prioritized here for BTR by Vit. So, being honest with it, they want a lot of control and a lot of pace through the center of the map. Glue and Harley, you don't really think of Glue as someone who goes fast, but with a Harley, it does feel so much faster. Good clearing. What else can Vamos pick up here?
I want to go for Beleric. I think I want to maybe a Batang eventually, but that will be like later into the draft. Might just go for Nolan, but then again, that's not good against the Glue, but it is okay up against the Harley. They might not have any other choice here other than the Nolan. So Esmeralda, understandable as a pick. What is going to be their jungler choice? Yeah, they feel like they are backed in a corner. There's no other good hero apart from the Nolan. And now, BTR, they can just secure their gold laner, which could be now Claude, because there's really no problem with that at all anymore.
Could be a really quick and easy pickup there, and then they'll just play around the potential idea of a Glue flex, but recently this Glue has mostly shown up in Rome. With all the dashes present for Team Vamos, might not also be too far-fetched for a surprise Phoebus to show up there in the end, despite, yes, it going up against an Esmeralda. We've seen a few games in MSC where even the Esmeralda or a Phoebus won't really care anymore. A Brody is the pickup here for BTR by Vit. So again, holding on to the same idea that there is no poke on the side of Vamos, but they have a lot of dive and especially strong burst dive to deal with this. Brody, still interesting.
Yeah, a very interesting pick here for BTR. Here's the idea. Here's the reason why they went for it. They want to make sure that this Harley is at the center of it all. They're going to be playing around Nail. And when you play it like this, you want strong side laners. The Brody is, right now, without the Melissa, the strongest that you can think of when it comes to marksman choices. There's no really good answer to it lane to lane. Maybe a Clint, but in a skills matchup setup, maybe a Bruno at a certain point. But yeah, Brody just wins you that lane. And even when Team Vamos decides to go for a fighter gold laner, maybe somewhere along the lines of well, there's no Paquito, there's no Freya, so maybe there are no other good fighter gold laners out there. It still can win. So I like the idea here coming up from BTR, a much stronger hero compared to a Claude if they do pick it up. And they even banned the Marcel because for some reason both teams just really did not put any attention on that Marcel in the early stages of this draft.
Yeah, they both just had to let it go. I mean, you did mention earlier the Nolan Esmeralda might end up getting prioritized more for Vamos, and they did. The Brody surprise pickup, I think maybe this is where Vamos is now thinking, ooh, they might have just checkmated us, but we don't just see it yet. It's like one of those moves that you're just wary that, oh, that could be leading into something. There's no more room for long range. If they decide to go with something like a Claude in the gold lane, that's going to struggle in the laning phase. Kalea gets banned out by BTR by Vit. They're doing, it seems like they're just safely taking out all the things that could potentially give trouble for this Brody. They're being honest with it. They're building around Eman.
Yeah, I'm going to be activating this Brody early. So that means that you are looking for a stable mid laner, the one that wins the mid lane. Maybe a Zushin, actually, if they're willing to, because Lilia... Oh, a Ruby. Probably in the explain. A good answer to the Nolan for sure because of that stun. You give away a... Don't Run Wolf King, I believe is what it's called. Oh, no, I'm Offended. There you go. I'm Offended, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to give away an I'm Offended ultimate, but they're going to be happy to trade with that. Team Vamos. Now, Lilia might be a good hero, if not the Eudora. Still, Eudora, I feel like, is the strongest hero we have. And Lilia would be a good answer to the Glue, as well as this Ruby eventually. I think that Team Vamos are going to be looking to that hero. And then when it comes to the Rome, Oh, they already have the Valentino. Sorry about that. Okay.
There we go. I see the vision.
Okay.
I see the vision, and I like it. But in the mid, they can still play for pokes, though. I think they get a mid laner with long-range pokes. But the bombs, like let's say if it's something like a Farsa or something like an Eve, the shield, and then you're gonna be giving those to the Valentina too. Oh, a tough choice by PTR by Vid. This is what got them. This is what got them in MSC.
So I think it's just Eudora or even like a random Valera there actually. For a lot of poke. But yeah, Eudora is the safest. I feel like they still went for the Farsa. Alright. So it is a way to poke the Hanabi. And such a reliable hero to pair up with the Brody, because the Brody can easily supplement the Farsa damage. Like, there's so much long-range damage that you're seeing now for this BTR squad. And I gotta say, they have significant amount of tools to deal with the Hanabi.
Let's see. It wasn't like before, where the last time they faced a Hanabi, it really looked like they just did not have anything to deal with it. Now they do. Will history repeat itself, and will BTR by Vitality lose to a Hanabi pickup? Or will the ghosts of the past no longer haunt them and prove that, oh yeah, we finally learned from that one little game that just eliminated us from the biggest tournament of the year so far? Hopefully. Let's see. Game number 3, it's Vamos and BTR by Vitality. Yes, you did mention BTR might have enough poke, but real quick, who got the lineup? Who got the better one for you?
I think it's BTR. I feel like, and I'm saying that because of ease of execution. I think their composition's really solid. Team Vamos will have to really weave their way through the glue as well as the ruby and make it so that this Hanabi will be healthy enough to approach a team fight. Because if you think about it, Harley can go for a deadly magic poke that could be followed up by a Farsa ult, and then the torn apart memory can just destroy the formation of Team Vamos. There's just a lot of immediate damage coming out from BTR. It kind of feels like when they fight in the second turtle, or when it's a 5v5 in the 8-minute mark. I think it's easier for BTR to win the team fights.
Yeah, it's instant gratification. You know, you don't need to delay it. It's what we like these days. We just want to see the results of and the fruits of our labor right away. Niall, is that going to be? Yes, it is a purple buff steal accomplished by BTR by Vitality, and if we're going to be talking about instant gratification, that is going to be felt immediately. Though Error 404 will still be able to hit level 4, he is not going to have a purple buff heading into turtle number 1. So he's going to try to get kills. That's Finn on the glue. He's not going to be able to get that. It's their turn to try and get a bit of a clapback, but now they're going to be forced to get back out of there. But the burst by Error is enough. BTR might have just over-defended their side of the jungle.
That's a welcome kill for Team Vamos after losing their own purple buff. Now Air 404 will be bursting this Lord. See how fast this could be. Nael will be in time, and he's actually level 5 but still loses the retro battle because of how speedy the burst was for Team Vamos.
A little bit quicker there for Team Vamos. Now BTR by Vitality trying to find a turnaround, but the burst damage of the Nolan they have to respect. Error 404, we stole his purple buff. How come he's the one who's leading, setting the tempo, and getting turtles? Well, it's just some nice, great rotations by Vamos, and of course, how fast a Nolan can take down the turtle by himself.
I can see the Team Vamos are still finding ways to mitigate the first few minutes where they have lost their purple buff. Air 404 with 1 kill it means so much for Team Vamos, but PTR gonna be pushing the tempo. Nail already positioned here in the middle. They want to go for Clocken or Sizga. They want first my Clockety.
Right away.
It's not enough.
Not enough. So it's a little dance. They're both disciplined with it. The ultimate of the Farsa is on the clock, so maybe they'll be able to find Shogun up top. He's immobilized, and he gets turned to dust by Vamos.
Yeah. That's the thing with the Ruby. Ruby is good in long, extended team fights, but when it comes to burst damage from Team Vamos, courtesy of this Nolan, it's not going to be enough for the Ruby to survive. They want to go for an exchange though for BTR here in the bottom lane, but it seems like with the crowd control immunity that Natco has, it's going to be an easy defense coming out from Team Vamos.
Control of the river now falls for BTR by Vitality. Looks like they'll be able to get another Golem from the jungle here from Air 404, who is up top by his Lizard. 8 seconds before his orange buff spots, he's gonna have to take that. But Nile and Bigatron by Vitality, they're not playing too much for this turtle. They're getting a lot of river control, seeing what they can get. Oh, Error lets go of his own orange buff. BTR by Vitality will now have to rush for this turtle. This might have been an excellent play because Zekif is blocking a key portion of where they could rotate through. They spot now, they know where he is. Siska there now for the body block. Feathered airstrike utilizing the center of the map so that Clockun will not be able to join in, or excuse me, make that Eman. Team Vamos gets turtle number 2, but BTR by Vitality are finding bodies, but Clockun finds Nile. A kill for Vamos. And that's make it 2. That's another one. He takes down the Brody. That's 2 major carries for BTR by Vit, taken out by Clockun on this Valentina.
And how about that? Team Vamos have disintegrated the composition of BTR. When we talk about the composition of BTR, how many times have we commended that their upfront damage? But when they are separated, when they are dispersed, Team Vamos's burst is just way too much for them to handle. Only the Glue right now is a hero that can last through the one flurry of Team Vamos's combo. But you could see Niall, they melt. Eman just getting taken out by Clockun on this first pick Valentina. And even Shogun has to back out very early into these team fights because Team Vamos's damage output is just way too good when it comes to burst.
Oh no, not again. It's probably what's going through the minds right now of BTR by Vitality and their fans. Maybe it's you can see it in the distance. It's getting closer. All those jumping little shurikens, the Hanabi could be their doom. But on the top side of the map, there's going to be a play by Nile and Shogun. They're not going to be able to take down Siska. Here comes Air 404. Now he's going to be able to blink out of that space of escape. Here comes the retribution. The burst. Still, Siska jumps on the hat so that Nile gets taken out. They tried to make a play, but they get punished for it.
And just like that, Nile will again be taken out. Eman though, Sky Piercer on this Brody. And he's picked it up. He's gonna recall for now. I think he wants to use it in the upcoming team fight as soon as possible. Because especially there are 4 members gonna be collapsing down the bottom lane. Can he get out in time? The Gatokacha catches him. And Eman though returns damage in kind. They just want to secure the turtle. This time Team Vamos are successful in doing that.
That's gonna be the pull and the burst. Big round by Vitality looking for something, a small win, anything. Because Vamos has gotten so much now, decides to go in with the space escape. Not gonna be able to take down Siska. It was because of that Esmeralda holding on up top, not being able to get taken down by Shogun and Nile that has led to some big wins across the map for Team Vamos.
What a big back and forth. BTR, they're feeling their damage, their initiation, but they just can't keep on attacking. They just can't find the target. Now Zekif eventually falls after the chain stun. But that's just the roamer. They want to utilize this Sky Piercer onto Eman, and now they're look at them activate this Brody. They're gonna be surrounding him right now, utilizing this Brody to its full potential. And Team Vamos, they have led by 3,000 for the longest time now. Can they last this storm from BTR?
They've decided to turn it around in terms of their rotations. They are willingly giving up control in the opposite side of the map to bait Vamos to set up their Brody so they can finally start getting stacks. Zekif was the first attempt earlier, but unfortunately, it went to Nile. It went to the Harley, but you see it. They're hungry for it. They're looking for everything they can so that Eman can start chaining kills together for Skypiercer stacks. They might find one. Here comes Finn, the entry. Moreno does not have his feathered airstrike. No, he just used it. He has it with him. Could it be stack number 1? Yes, it is. That's 20 for Eman. That's going to be another counter burst by Klokun, who's going to be able to deal the far sub, but that's a double for Eman. This could be 3, and it's the snowball of Phygital by Vitality, fully activated. You saw it in their moves. You saw it in how they wanted to get the fight, and they did.
And how about that BTR chain stun? They have caught Zekeef activating the first Skypiercer stack. They've found Natko with that wonderful ult coming up from Moreno. To be fair, Klokun had his own highlight with that feathered airstrike of the copy feathered airstrike that took out one member of BTR, but Eman only had to stack up twice, and then the torn apart memories as well as the natural damage output of the Skypiercer Brody is enough. Now the Malefic gun being picked up as well. They just ramped up so quickly. Imagine 2 minutes ago, Eman just picked up his Skypiercer, or maybe 3 minutes ago. But now he has his 3rd item or 4th item to add to that. The Malefic gun will be so important in the damage output of this Brody from Eman.
Okay. Vamos now. How are they going to be able to answer this Brody? They still do have the Hanabi. They can play a very annoying defense, considering that they can also steal away the feathered airstrike of the Farsa. So if their high ground theoretically should be good. But if they get out of the base like this, they're putting themselves at risk of setting up even more kills again for the Brody and the Farsa together. Oh, conceal play. This could be massive for BTR if they can get a latch onto it, but Vamos decide to back off.
All of a sudden, the tables have turned. BTR are now invading the jungle of Team Vamos, having the Lord on their side. A split push coming up from the Nolan might be able to pop the Holy Shields, but BTR, they're banking on that. They want that to be forced out because they can trade properly. Top lane.
No.
See that. Oh, big shot, big kill on Siska actually. Onto the backline. Error wants to go for a kill. Gets a kill onto Moreno, but he's gonna be shut down by Shogun. Not a good trade at all for Team Vamos.
He tried to go after the Brody, but just as you pointed out in the draft, it was the Don't Run Wolf King of this Ruby that stopped the Nolan in its tracks. It still got the Farsa, but it messed up his tempo and flow of trying to take down Eman.
Oh, wow. 3-man stun. Ganotkacha will not be able to pop the ultimate, but the torn apart memory. Oh, that's just enough for Team Vamos to just back out. They did eventually take out Finn. The BTR overspeeding a little bit in there.
Oh, they tried. You can see it conceptually, the Hanabi, but even though all of them were together, they still were lacking damage. They need the presence of Error 404. Maybe even just more items for this Hanabi, but don't tell me it's gonna take all the way until Natko getting fully built for the turnaround of Vamos, because again, BTR about Vitality, they can drag this game out too. They're happy with that.
Yeah. Look at this Shogun from the right side. They want to go in for the quick kill onto Finn. Renmar, look at this Shogun with initiation. They have found Zekeef and they have the damage, of course. It's going to be a Skypiercer again. And they now make it a 4v4.
Another stack for this Brody. Vamos, they have enough, but will they still try? They're trying to bait something out up top in the purple buff Nile. I don't know if he was able to steal it away, but they're deciding to go for the rush. Arrow 404 does have its purple buff. They're rushing it right under the noses of BTR by Vitality. Team Vamos have taken this Lord. Moreno with a feathered airstrike trying to take down Siska, because Nile decided to go to the purple buff. That was an easy spot by Vamos, and BTR lose the Lord.
And with that, Team Vamos have crawled their way into the game. They have found an opening and they took it. Now it makes it so that this is an even game for them. They might pressure the mid lane. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get a pickoff into the middle, but you have to be careful because you have to just assume with the nature of the draft from BTR, this has to be a 5-man team. Although the Harley will be more of a flank, but you have to just understand that everybody's just together if they're playing as BTR, because this is a Brody composition. So you have to really, really address that Natko being bursted, but will survive.
Alright. Still, the Hanabi holds on. Clockun does have the ultimate of the Ruby. They force the flicker out of Eman. Can Clockun find some magic with the stolen? I'm offended. Cannot get close enough. Zekif gets punished. A little bit too early there. I think they just wanted to force some battle spells, some reactions out, but it just ended up looking like they gave up Zeki for nothing.
The torn apart memory with the Sky Piercer is just too much. You'd see that Zekif has what, 3 bars of HP, about 1,500 maybe. And left on his HP pool, but then again, the torn apart memory is just too much to deal with, especially with the Sky Piercer, you know, from M6, 1 and 2. I wonder how many stacks there should be. So 6, that's about 60, right? Or no, that's about 80 now. No, I'm wrong. You start with 30, right?
Was it at 20?
20, yeah, I start with 20.
Oh,
so,
yeah, so it should be maxed out already.
Yeah, it should be maxed out.
Okay, entry.
Okay.
AOG, they get the start onto it. That was a brave attempt. That was an attempt of all time. But Team Vamos might be able to make something out of this through their Hanabi, but no, I might have spoken too soon. That's despite Nazca being able to get the free hits. It's not enough in terms of the damage department. The Sky Piercer onto Amon. The damage of this Brody. The damage of this Harley. BTR by Vitality are just dissecting through Vamos' attempt of catching them off guard. It's Vamos who gets punished through the entry of Zekif. Without this Hana, because they hold on, he gets taken aback. Siska gets punished, and it's BTR by Vitality who are going to be able to ride to this win through the Lord once they get it, because the defense of Vamos might not just be enough.
An ambitious AOG coming out from Zekif. That opened up the fight for BTR, and how about that 3-man flicker stun coming out from Finn, catching the members of Team Vamos off guard, gets the refresh, was able to take out Natko because of the ultimate. Despite being CC immune, you cannot prevent this glue from riding the Hanabi, and that meant that BTR collects 3 kills, collects the Lord as well, have taken the game back in their favor, and this time it's a very commanding lead that they have.
If Glue wants to, it shall do it. It will ride whichever and whomever it would want to ride. BTR, can they end it here?
Air 4-4 has to back down. Oh, he stays. He wants to go for another ambitious play. Zekif is here. You gotta be careful. I know what you're trying to do. Don't give in to your intrusive thoughts. They won't. They will just back down. And they will have to defend bottom lane. They will have to give up this outer turret.
Blue team turret
And
has
BTR are knocking on their doors. 3-pronged attack from BTR.
Now Eman is at 80. The 2 kills that he got. Just got a reminder that you do start with 0 on the Sky Piercer, then you work your way up from there. And he is maxed out at this point, and Vamos know it. It's too difficult for them to go in for their dive because they might just get marked by the Brody and torn apart memory to finish it off. Here comes the entry by Big John by Vitality. They throw everything at Natko, who's trying to survive. He finally makes it to the respawn point just in time. And here comes the turnaround by Zeki. They find the Farsa, but Eman is too much of a problem. They get the Farsa down, but Eman just has too much protection and too much damage on him.
They were able to take out 2 inhibitor turrets. And with all 2 failures, I think Team Vamos actually found a good opening out there. Despite everything that Eman has, they have taken out Moreno, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, Shogun!
With the jump, and it comes down with a lot of damage. They have eliminated in the race to Natko. Just like that, Eman is now poising for an endable angle. Clockun wants to go in with his stolen again. Ultimate. It's enough to clear out the minion waves. Nail wants to go forward. Remember to finish him off. What a combo from the damage dealers of Phygital. Now Air 4-4 receives the deadly magic, survives for now. Finn has to go back. A close range ultimate coming from Zekif. Eman will be able to run away from that one. The base is low. The members of BTR are knocking on their doors. Oh, error 404, bite the deck, and he falls. That's it. BTR gonna advance after winning against Team Vamos.
An exciting push and pull series. It's Bigatron by Vitality who take the W. And you saw the moment it all switched for them. It looked like Vamos would be taking control of the game, but once Eman got his Skypiercer, BTR by Vitality changed their rotation, pedal to the metal, and Vamos could not stop the Brody with max stacks.
Third pick Brody, and BTR made it look really good. Made it look like the strongest marksman in the meta. How patient they were in the first 5 minutes, where they made sure that they're not rushing things. Once the Skypiercer was picked up, it was then go time for Eman. And Eman was untouched afterwards. Able to just get kills after kills. The triple kill was the most important point for them, as they were able to close the things out, and eventually they have secured this game for themselves. What a series that we have seen. Even that last game, Team Vamos are able to scratch their way back into the game and found openings like the blitz into the Lord, some pickoffs, some turnarounds. But then again, eventually BTR's composition was just way too good.
And their execution with it, way too sharp. Way too decisive, it looked like, even for Vamos to handle. He tried to get some good stuff with it. Tried to turn it around, but the slow creeping realization of the Brody might just be unstoppable ended up becoming true. And we said it in the draft as well, wherein once that Brody popped up, we had this feeling of like, oh, what if it's the realization that Vamos might just not have enough for this Brody. They closed it out with a Farsa, which we thought might spell trouble for them, but in the end it just ended up working out so well because they executed it down to the T. It was, again, it was amazing to watch. The moment that Skypiercer was picked up, it looked like a completely different BTR by Vitality that we saw compared to the early portions of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's because Moreno was just connecting with his teammates way better this time, or maybe it's the other way around. It's the other members connecting with what Moreno has in mind. Because when we saw how they utilized Shogun in the better half of the game, he was always on point. But then again, Finn, I think, is also very commendable in this game. So many multiple hero stunts with a combination of skill 1 and flicker skill 2 coming out from this glue. It was also the turnaround that stopped the ambitious jump coming out from Zaykeef. Overall, BTR, no passengers out here. Even Niall, with a lot of deaths across all games, was ever so dependable. And I like how they ended this. You can see how Niall will go in, and then Eman was ready for the torn apart memory. I think it will be the play after this one, because it looks really amazing. It looks like very calculated. You thought that you would be able to run away as Team Vamos, but no. Nael as well as Eman, I think they have gelled together so well that they have taken out. I think they can show us combo plays like that.
And not this time will they fall to a Hanabi. Not twice in just a span of a few weeks. And they do it again. They were honest with it with their Brody pickup. We had a strong hunch the Farsa was coming. We thought it would be something else, but they still played into it. And they picked it up. The Ruby was a welcome surprise. And it seems like now in this current metagame, it's okay to have some very glaring weaknesses maybe in a certain aspect of it. But as long as you lean hard in being able to do the thing that you want to do, it's so much better for you. It's like balance has been thrown out the window, and now it's just all about having a clear identity of how to win the game. Again, as long as you have hella damage to go with that.
That's right. And the MVP, of course, is going to be Eman, 800 GPM, 11, 1, and 3. And even getting that immortality at the end, at the tail end of the fight, you can see how well Eman has played all throughout the series, in fact. Remember, even when he was playing the Moscow, it was just the rest of the team just getting obliterated by the Melissa. But come game 2 and 3, he's shown what the limits will be for a Melissa and what the limits can be for playing a Brody. Ever so dependable in the gold lane, Eman have just showed us how it is to be a very dependable marksman. You just have to wait for your timing, and when the timing is right, he will be able to collect his dues.
Just when we thought that we were already out of surprises in terms of our understanding of this meta, we've gone to a series, a 3-game series at that, where the main centerpieces were Melissa and then suddenly a surprise Brody in the end at a game number 3. We still have 3 more series coming our way, but for now, I think we're going to be going off on a quick little break. We've had some amazing action. So it's not going to be a quick little one. It's going to be a pretty lengthy one. So we have a lot of time. When we come back, more action, MLBB here at Games of the Future. It's Renmar and Wolf after this break.
able to get there physically just yet. I think they're still in Paris. Maybe they're flying. So that's why they had a quote-unquote loss against Falcon. But it's really just because they weren't able to be there. We have more games. There are going to be 4 groups here. So this is still just the group stage. We do have an upper bracket as well as the lower bracket. So it does look like we're going to have quite a lot of games. And again, just to remind everyone, this is going to be a best of 3 in terms of how the meta shapes up. It's gonna be interesting because tomorrow there will be a patch. I wonder how that's gonna really affect the game.
Well, based on, the upcoming notes, it doesn't look like there's too much of a change, with the only big one being into Kaja. And forgive me, of course, the Bushido Wildcats. How could I? Still maybe a little loopy after.
Hey, honestly, Bushido Warrior sounds good too.
I know, it rolled off the tongue, it felt right, but no. For the sake of branding, Bushido Wildcats. It's a team that I'm gonna keep a very close eye upon because we may see them potentially for ENC, potentially later down the line in the future. Maybe for even Asian games. I don't know. We'll see whether or not they're going to appear in another international. But for the time being, right, with the metagame being so fast and so quick and everything that we have learned from MSC, do you think that we've figured out what the meta is just yet? Because I feel like a lot of people are like, man, you can play whatever you want in this meta and get away with it.
I feel like we roughly understand the meta, but it really does go down to whether you actually like playing that way. Because in terms of how the meta is really shaping up, it does seem like being able to win your lane and then translating that into your opponent's jungle is like quote unquote the best way to do it. And this second thing, I think this is the more easier path to understand, which is try to have only one scaling hero. I feel like that's something that a lot of players, ranked professional teams and etc. We've gotten so used to having 2 scaling heroes because the game will eventually hit to level, like 22 minutes and above. But now we don't get to that level. So I really feel like in terms of how the meta is shaping up, if you can have one reliable position 1 that can play in the late game, that's good enough. The rest of your team, I think you can have a secondary damage dealer that's good in the early game, and then the rest kind of have to be utility. They have to support you one way or the other, either in terms of giving you heals or giving you heal, right? Having a lot of crowd control does seem to be a lot better. Healing, so far, Rafa mid has been good. We haven't seen others. Well, Matilda as well. Matilda and Rafa, those are the 2 healers that really has been doing well.
I think both of them are doing really good just because of their early to mid game. Like, at least for Matilda, there's a lot more applications towards the later half of the game. For Rafa, a little bit less. You kind of want to end the game around 11 minutes. If it goes beyond that, you really just become like a traditional support in that sense. But let's come back to the positions 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down to 5, right? Because I think most people are thinking, oh, position 1, that's probably like either the jungler or the marksman at this stage of the game. And I think that the meta has kind of like stretched the meaning just a little bit. Essentially, you need your position 1 to be somebody who scales. We've seen Ling kind of fulfill that position 1 in the early weeks of MSC, but I think now the meta has developed even more. That's apparently just too slow.
Yeah, I feel like there is a future. Here in the game is a future. If someone really wants to use something like a Sicilian as the position 1, because Sicilian scales pretty well, and I feel like there is enough heroes to deal with assassins that you can kind of build a comp around that. We've seen, basically at this point, we're going to talk about comps with one core hero. Like we've had Phygital Gold comps, we've had Ling comps, which has fallen down quite a bit. And funny enough, even if we do see Harara isn't really the comp that's built around. She's more like a position 2, position 3. She helps out other people. She's that early and mid. But then when you come to the late game, you still need someone reliable. Say Moskov, Claude, and the likes.
I think Harara,
which is why I kind of Harara. She doesn't really need all that farm. She just needs someone to kill, and then she's all good.
Yeah, maybe not just to kill, but to also because it really goes both ways. She's really good at setting up for the kills. She's really good at finishing off the kills, especially if you're chasing them down the lane. There's a lot of benefits to having Kirara on your side, and not to mention that a lot of her damage is directly tied to her levels. So as soon as you get that first kill, you start walking into enemy territory, take their buffs, take their little green camps, and you just accelerate that game. But speaking of acceleration, I think as of right now, EXP laners and supports are eating really, really good. I think this is one of the few metas that it doesn't feel that bad to play any other role, arguably, than jungle or gold lane. And I would still lean more towards the gold lane because it's important, but at the same time, it's really, really stale for the first 8 minutes of the game.
I gotta say, because they're eating so good, I really feel like organizations, whenever they're picking up players, they really gotta invest a lot in the EXP as well as the roam position, because sure, there are times where the EXP or the roam doesn't really contribute much, but I think for the past 1 or 2 years, we've seen a lot of final MVPs being the EXP laner, right? So whoever has the stronger front line just translates to have an easier time for your gold lane. So even if you get the best gold laner in the world, if your front line is crumbling, it really doesn't mean much. So yeah, I feel like the trend of EXP and roam being extremely important, especially EXP, is gonna continue on. So not gonna lie, I hope more organization, or in fact just more players, those young players, 14, 15-year-olds, That or the Eudora as well, just to make sure. Harif here, quite interesting, but it does seem like they want to speed the game up where Harif might be position 1 here, and I feel start things off by his first item. So Yagoy, they have kind of a defensive start here with the Barats as well as the Marcel. They need some kind of firepower though, and I wonder if they want to go with a lot of crowd control with the Eudora, or do you want to pick up their gold laner now before it gets, you know, banned out, which I'm not even sure what does Lil want. Does he want the Moskov or the Claude here going up against the Harry?
That's the thing. I feel like it's a lot safer to go for their gold. If they want to, they can set their mid laner first and then afterwards just target ban down the line. But at the end of the day, I just think that Entity 7 just had kind of not really no reason, but were disincentivized to go for the Valentina. Now it's a lot more straightforward. We got the Eudora. We're expecting to for a way to actually deal with the Hirara, or at the very least try and win out that mid. But we still have that second phase, and let's see how they influence it, as Dianfu and Yaoguai will get that first ban in the second phase.
So now it looks like both teams have different ideas here, where I would say Entity 7 is showing their hand, kind of, by showing their strong heroes here, but then for Yaoguai, they're kind of hiding it still. They're showing a lot of their utility, not really the damage. And now even the Melissa gets banned out, which, look at the previous game, Vamos as well as Vitality does seem like a very contested pick. Other than the Valentina here, what other heroes do you want to ban out? I would say ban out any kind of EXP that can deal with the Barats, although I do have to say, right now Barat seems pretty strong. Oh, Uranus. I feel like Uranus should be banned out.
Yeah. I was thinking the Uranus as well. Uranus has a pretty decent matchup overall, can out-sustain the Barats, and actually keep pretty close in contention with the lane proxy. Lilia also going to be the follow-up ban here for the side of Dianfeng Yaoguai. Not bad, but it does kind of give us a bit of information, right? Valentina ban, as expected, you know, nobody's questioning that. It's really about what's going to be that front line, and the fact that they already got the Marcel alongside with the Barats, I feel like they might be setting up for just one more.
Yeah, I feel like a Moskov would work well here, but you can delay that just a little bit. I wonder if it's fine for you to show your assassin, but instead they go for the Claude, which is again still okay. But I really feel like if Entity 7 picks up a Uranus, it's going to be very difficult for Yaoguai, because what the Uranus really does is make this Eudora kind of useless, where he can basically force out all of her abilities and then she does no damage onto him. And I would say kind of the same for the Marcel. The Marcel will try to stun you, and then the Uranus can just chase you to the end of the world, and then it's like, well, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to be the case here, unless it sort of depends on what the entire purpose is going to be, right? There's still, I was thinking that maybe they could have set up for the glue, but with so many like high priority supports, that's just not going to be the case. Instead, they're going for a lane winning matchup in that CC. Do they want to pair it up with a strong mid laner that has some scaling? And yes, they want to be able to kind of wombo combo here with the Zetian.
I would say the scaling of the cop coming in from Entity 7 is relatively smooth, where the peak is really for that mid game between, I would say, 6 to 12 minutes. That's where they're strongest. After that, they might fall just a little bit, depending on what the last pick coming in from Dianfeng Yaoguai here is, because they already have one scaler. I'm worried if they have another scaler in the jungle, and it's not. It's gonna be a Harley, and I feel like Harley is a pretty good pick, but you got to choose your targets well. I don't think you can kill the Harif, but I feel like you can deal with the CC.
Yeah, you can deal
or Shin.
Exactly. Yeah. I was going to mention that. Like, they can probably just immediately attack Shin as soon as they hit level 4. I'm not sure whether they're expecting the early ganks here, because there's the problem with mid-game where, unfortunately, Zetian has a very low, well, not as low as Lilia's health pool, but very close to getting one-shot by Yi1, and with a little bit of extra damage and a little bit of help from a concussive blast coming from Zed on this Marcel, that should be more than enough, roughly around level 6, level 7, to expect a one-shot, assuming that Zetian doesn't have her passive active. Now, another problem that we saw from Entity 7 is Vanguin's engagement. He finds these huge angles, but there's like zero follow-up during MSC. I want to see whether they fix that problem this time around, especially against Dianfu and Yaoguai, who's most probably going to be the ones who want to be the aggressors, knowing that they didn't go to the international.
Well, right now we are going to jump into the game here. Dianfeng Yaoguai going up against Entity 7 as the minions fight it out in the mid lane. I think
could be expecting here Wilderness Blessing on top of Quantum Charge here for Zed on this Marcel to go extra fast, extra quick. But it will be matched at the very least by Shin. Vanguin opting to go for the tenacity. He just wants to stay as thick as possible. And it looks like he opted not to go for the concussive blast for the extra wave clear. He just wants to survive.
Yeah. Interesting as well that Fishgod actually goes for Festival of Blood here. I don't know if it's because he's matching up against a CC, or will he eventually have crazy enough a war axe to like deal with at the 7? That's something I'll check out. I mean, like maybe it's normal for a Barats to have a Festival of Blood. It's just not something that I usually use.
Yeah, I think the Festival of Blood is I mean, it's nice to have, especially if you can get like some early assists. Then CC becomes less oppressive in the lane. It's like, okay, sure, you can trade out against me, you win out pretty much every single trade. But what Barats is especially good at is just manipulating the waves, right?
Yeah.
He's a jet expert for a reason, and it's just a really good way to either, you know, push the wave back into you or set it up in a position where you can start freezing.
Yeah, right now, as we can see, it looks like Entity 7 is winning out on the lanes here, but definitely Yaguai, they're able to clear out fast enough. It looks like they are going to be able to help out Fishgod here, because, I mean, like, for sure, he's going to need a little bit of help. Akashi on the CC is just going to be a bit much for the Barats to really do much, so it looks like we're going to go to the turtle phase without really anyone dropping bodies just yet.
Oh, I don't know if Akashi saw Yi1 stick out his nose there for half a second, but they might make the play here as they're trying to hard shove this out, split the EXP amongst Yi1 and Fish to make sure they hit level 4 on time. And that's a great way to play it, right? They do sacrifice mid-pressure, but nobody's picking up that gold, so they're at a net positive.
Yeah, right now it looks like definitely Yaguai, they want to go in, able to get on to 2, but right now Entity 7, they're able to get Fishgod down very, very low. Akashi goes on for the cheese, open the vengeance, might die here. First blood goes over to Shin, and Akashi still survive. Bango and Shin try to get away, and now the Harara from hide on bush, try to get Zed. Looks like definitely Yaguai, only Fishgod got taken down.
Oh boy, the damage has been laid bare. Fishgod ended up dying, but Entity 7 win out of the fight. And the best part about it is that they chunked out DFYG so hard that they can't actually capitalize on this turtle at this stage of the game. That's gotta be a little frustrating for Dianfeng Yaoguai, but at the same time, it's a big win for Entity 7. They don't mind dragging this out. You saw what the Wombo combo looks like with the Wrath of the Dryads and the Fury of the Phoenix. It's hard to dodge, but DFYG are purposefully not sticking their nose out too far and making sure that they space far enough to not get hit.
Yeah, it's just that the screen just slightly a bit pixelated, so I'm actually not sure whether Fishgod was somehow into on his Daytona's welcome, because I think I saw the goal, but I don't see him spitting it out. But that's going to be pretty interesting, because I don't think anyone can really cancel it. And now it looks like he's going to eat someone again. Poop! Able to get out Vanguard. Vanguard right now with a Rapid Dryad. Able to get 3, but so far still safe. And now Zed able to get a Vanguard hide on Bush as well. Gets taken down by Zhao Shi with the help of Zed with that golden hour.
Oh, big punishes all across the board. And Entity 7 ain't happy with this. They're still trying to chunk out Yi1, and they've already done so, but there's too many healthy members inside of Dianfeng Yaoguai to make sure that this turtle falls into their hands without much punishment. Zed, he sticks his nose in, tries to see whether or not the purple buff is up, and it looks like it's already gone, so they're immediately going to start making their move down to the bottom side, and well, hopefully they're already double waving Lung. He did opt to take Purify this time around to make sure that he doesn't die to a lot of the Wombo combos that Entity 7 have provided, but that laning phase becomes that much more dangerous, especially against Doom. If he doesn't have his BMI and he happens to walk into a Zaman Force, that slow on the Zaman Force could get him killed.
Yeah, right now, at least in terms of the gold, it's not that big of a difference for now. The big problem, though, Zhao Shi now does have that Genius Wand, does make it much easier for him to really get any kills here. At this 7, even though they might feel fine if they want to scale up, I really don't know if that's really the best call here, because if Lung really has been spamming this quad for a while, he should honestly be able to at least 1v3 once he gets his 4 items. Compared to Doom on this Hive is pretty strong as well, but his 3 items is much more pricier compared to a Claude's.
Super expensive, but it makes sure that he scales like even harder once he gets those 3 items. At least for Claude, once he gets 3 items, you still need that 4th to kind of guarantee that you can, you know, stack up very, very safely, or utility items in case, you know, somebody can like one-shot you in those moments. And that's the dangerous part. As they go up towards this top side, DFYG are still trying to play for the strong side of the map, and down by bot, you can tell some trouble's happening.
Yep. Good placement on the golden hour, and Golf able to Daytona's welcome, and now Akashi's all alone going up against Tree, gonna get taken down to bot lane. Looks like they were able to get Lung as well, so I would say it's pretty equal trade, but it should be better for whoever is able to get the turret. It looks like in 7 they're trying to get that turret for themselves.
They're trying to trade this as soon as possible. A lot of that gold is going on to Zhao Shi at this stage of the game, and Entity 7 not gonna waste any time. They're gonna try and take away this purple buff as soon as possible.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be quite difficult here, but looks like...
Oh, it's good.
Hide on Bush got it, and now able to get Zed as well. Fishgod try to get away. I would say that's a good trade for Entity 7.
Is very, very nice. And not to mention that Doom able to get an assist in the meantime. So now he not only has a hold up. Can they actually take this? I don't think so. But the FYG have shown their face, and I don't think they're gonna let this happen.
Yep, Fishgod right now tries to turn things around. Lone with the blazing duet, not enough damage just yet. Has to get away. Jumping Yaguai. They got engaged on, and there's not much they can do there.
I'm not sure what the entire plan was, but let's look at the items so far. Thunderbelt already completed here for Zed. He's eventually going to scale very nicely into this game. The Genius Wand is a really smart pickup here for Zhaoxi because there's a lot of members on his side that can actually utilize that magic damage. I would have imagined that Entity 7, had they gone for the Uranus, it would have made this comp just a little bit safer to play overall. Yeah. But hey, you got to give it to Kashi. He's doing a pretty good job kind of maintaining his lane over everything else. And better yet, that curtain call will force Diangfun Yao Guai to at least have two members stuck right next to each other.
Yeah, I really feel like it's just Yaguai, they were just at a bad spot in the previous altercation. But because of that, we're over about 1,000 gold difference here, where Entity 7 is 1k ahead. Just by picking up a few kills, but more importantly, taking a lot of those green camps, because Zhaoxi is going to have quite a hard time here. Look at Hide on Bush, already level 11, and Zhaoxi only level 10, even though Zhaoxi has a better KDA.
Yep, he does have the better KDA. Not to mention, he's also a level down. He's trying to kind of keep up with this, but so far with Entity 7, we know how Hirara generally plays. It's just a tough snowball.
Yeah. Zed for now looks like he is just trying to scale up his Thunderbelt as much as he can, just so that he can actually be a proper front line alongside with Fishgod. Because unfortunately, that's just the thing. If you pick up the Festival of Blood, it does make you sustain, but you just have to hit your abilities. And sometimes, as a pure frontline, you don't really get that benefit a lot. I think it will better if he has Festival of Blood if Zed is using a frontline hero, but you know. C'est la vie.
Yep, c'est la vie. To each their own. 5 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns, but I don't see much of a setup from either side, right? Entity 7 is trying to hold this position on mid for little to no reason at this stage. There's kind of nothing to really fight over in terms of invading as well. So it should be about lane manipulation, and it looks like, you know, the FYG, they've already done their homework, and Lung very diligently just trying to set up the wave down bot side, and might be a little off here as they look to fight for position over the Lord.
Oh, but Loon just took quite a bit of damage. Now he has to heal up with as much green camps as he can. And looking at the heal, it's not even that much, because I feel like the burn from the glowing one is still there. Lung really has to be careful. He's taking free damage from Shin here. Oh, rather Drive goes in, tries to get one, gets Fishgod goes in, flickers out, still dies. Killing spree for Shin. Zed tries to help him out, but looks like the golden hour was just not fast enough.
There is a little bit of anti-synergy with the composition, right? If Zed hits like a 5-man golden hour, everybody needs to be ready to counter-engage as soon as it times out, rather than Lung coming in really, really hard with the blazing duet, and maybe you could influence the way that they rotate, or at least fall back with the golden hour. But if both of them happen at the same time, they're going to get a net nothing. So Entity 7, recognizing this also, wants to make sure that they can try and control Zed, and Akashi will start the zoning same as Vanguard.
Well, Zed tries to go in, able to stun up everyone, but now the blazing red coming in from Lung. Lung has to get out of there. Got caught by CC's ult, and right now the Lord is about 7,000 down, and now go in! Hide on, but still able to get the Lord, and Zed gets taken down. Entity 7 win is all.
Great fallen Maple coming in from Vanguard to dodge the spit back coming in from Fishgod. I mean, Fishgod was targeting Hide on Bush anyways, but now they lose the mid-tier 1, and now this opens up the entire jungle. Now, for all of you, you know, Mobile Legends fans, you know exactly what's going to happen after this. For those who are tuning in and thinking, like, how do I get better at this game? What this means is that once the mid-tier 1 breaks open, walking into enemy territory is a lot easier, and it gives no fallback to your opponent. So you can start taking away green camps, walking through that mid lane underneath T2 if necessary, if you want to get into faster positions and take everything. Now, Diangfeng Yao Guai, at least Zhaoxi is already level 13, right? It won't take too long until he hits level 15, and they just have to worry about dishing out enough damage against the Lord. But they have to stick his 5.
Vanguard already lost a lot of HP, might get taken down here. Zhaoxi able to kill him, and now Yuan finally does get that Divine Glaive. Unsure whether it's going to be enough though to do with Entity 7.
I mean, he's got some poke damage, and so far Lung has been taking a lot of that quote-unquote poke.
And right now, Golden Hour able to freeze one, but Fear of the Phoenix able to stop them. In fact, deals quite a lot of damage. And now Diangfeng Yao Guai has to retreat, but now Doom with the Zaman Force, unable to get anyone.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. That could have been a moment. It could have been a moment, but that's the anti-synergy that I was talking about. Not to mention, unfortunately for Lung, it seems like he's a little antsy, right? A little like a little jumpy. Maybe jumping the gun a little too early in a lot of these fights. Let's see a bit of more synchronization from DFYG if they want to make this composition work. It's not easy to pull off, don't get me wrong, but I think they need to wait for Yi1 to actually have his flicker available to try and punish either Hide on Bush, ideally Doom as well, but he's running Purify right now, so it's all about the timings.
In terms of goal difference, there's about 4,000 difference here. Vanguin, unfortunately, misses the ult. It looks like Yaguai, they're thinking whether they want to re-engage or not. It looks like they're not going to do it. I do have to say, though, right now, Yaguai, they have to take care of the positioning because Long is taking way too much damage. Tries to get onto Vanguin. Vanguin able to escape that. Long takes way too much damage, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he's putting himself out there. Like, he's doing the correct thing. You as a marksman, especially with high mobility like the BMI, you should be walking up and auto-attacking the front line, but you also got to manage your expectations with the chip damage that's being thrown out. Akashi, in this case, he doesn't mind taking the damage because he's so high on sustainability, but then when you're not trading well against people like Shin, like people like Hide on Bush, there's a very good chance that this could turn around on your head if you are not careful. And for now, at least 18 seconds until the next Lord is going to spawn, and luckily Vanguin doesn't actually have his flicker. So that's one less ability to worry about.
Yeah. Right now for Yaguai, I would say they're still in an okay position if they're able to win out the second Lord. Even if they don't secure the Lord, at least they get like 3 kills. I think that's still going to be pretty fine here because more than not, I think they just need some kind of map presence. Once they get like mid turret, now we're seeing the game become even.
Well, let's see. Are they going to use the Fury, the Phoenix early on as they fight up again? Vanguin help.
Vanguin very low. Looks like someone got caught by the Tato's webcam, but now looks like the golden hour catch too long with a blazing duet. Tries to get some kills here. Akashi gets taken down. Hide on Bush tries to go in, but looking very, very low. Definitely Yaguai wins out that fight, able to take down Akashi.
Really, really nice there. Again, you can see that Akashi, he was willing to absorb the damage for Vanguin. I don't know if that was the correct decision overall because it was Detna's welcome, but at the same time, without it, hey, you still need your frontliners to be thick and keep on scaling in this game. The only person who can really do damage to Vanguin at this stage is probably only Yi1 with the superconductor on the Fork Lightning, or Lung when he's got at least 2 to 3 stacks of the Art of Thievery. Even so, Hide on Bush has been playing pretty well. He's been dodging some key abilities. Let's look at the items here real quick. 3 items already complete for our Harith, and now let's see whether or not they want to defend this with their lives or maybe they get a trade back.
Yeah, Vanguin really has to be careful there because again, all of the wins is really by his flicker after the Dryad, but he just took way too much damage coming in from Lung, and then Yaguai just used that to their advantage. So yeah, I feel like he just needs to be careful. Like, he is pretty tanky, but not that tanky.
Yeah,
I feel like if Shin hits on Lung, then that's great. Zed goes in, Fury Phoenix able to get 3, and now Yi1 has to get away, but look at that Rough Dry getting onto 3. Fish God got stunned up as well. Now he has to flicker out, could not use the Daytona's welcome, got stunned out. Beautiful by 7.
Really, really good wombo combo there. They understood exactly where the choke point was going to be. And once you understand how choke points work, it's very easy to actually hit the Fury of the Phoenix. Well timed by Shin, and a good follow-up coming in for Vanguin as well. As soon as his flicker was up, he knows, I just got to get in there. I got to make sure I hit the following Wrath of the Dryads, and then it will be easy pickings for Akashi, Doom, and Hide on Bush, which is exactly what happens. But what does this mean? It means that Entity 7 now loses a little bit of their gold lead, right? They hit 42k first. However, DFYG has caught up. The next Lord fight, they should have already hit 42k in terms of, if you look at the top right, the total amount of gold each of these teams have developed for themselves. And that just means that all your core fighters, or in this particular case, when you're looking at Zhao Shi alongside with Lung, they should have 3 core items already complete.
Yeah, I feel like Fish God should try to just be a little bit more proactive with the Daytona's welcome, because I think what's been canceling is Daytona's welcome. Either he himself slides it in the wrong direction, which I've done quite a few times, or he got taunted, and because of that, the channeling just canceled. So it's a very important ult. So I feel like either try to outplay Vanguin or try to catch someone first. So that's why I want them to have map pressure for him to wait in a bush and then catch someone.
Yeah, and I think I don't think they're going to find it this time. With a lot of the T1s already, you know, down for both sides, being able to hold position is kind of difficult for Entity 7 alongside with Yangfeng Yaoguai. Nobody wants to give that first pick off, and I think it has to happen during this upcoming Lord fight. But first, it's about setting up these waves, right? It looks like top side is a bit of a slow.
Zaushi might be able to take down Doom here. Doom gets taken down by Zaushi. Golden Hour catches one. Lung tries to get away. Slow is really annoying for him there. But look at this. Fishgot, as well as Yi1, gets caught up, but Akashi dies to Yi1. Clean by Yangfeng Yaoguai. All 5 members are still up, while 2 from Entity 7 has been taken down. And Yi1 and Zed, are they trying to catch someone here?
I think they're trying to. Here we go. They find it.
Able to get Hedian Bush able to dodge that, but look at Yi1 flickers forward, cannot get the kill. But now Yangfeng Yaoguai, they're trying to get this bottom turret. Looks like they're not going to be able to. Good try. Unfortunately, he does have to use his flicker for that.
Yeah, very good attempt. But luckily, he has pulled yourself together. So again, it's not the full duration he has to wait for. He gets a significant discount, which is why you're seeing that he has 76 seconds left on that cooldown. But with a lot of the abilities down, Vagman, he still has his flicker. He might be able to try something. And Yangfeng Yaoguai, they are the ones making sure that they are claiming all the neutrals, everything on this map as soon as they can. They don't want to give Entity 7 that position first. They just know it, that they're going to have to play underneath their turrets, and they are guaranteed at least one inhibitor off of this Lord push.
And this is why going up against a Harif is pretty annoying. Like, even if the Harif is like not farming well or whatever, he can somehow pop the damage there. Now, level 15, 5-0, and 2 is quite easy for him to actually take down Doom, which even I'm surprised with, honestly.
Yeah, I really thought that Doom was going to survive there, especially with his Zaman Force, but good, you know, stutter stepping. Most importantly, just stunning them up. Here comes Zed.
All Golden Hour catches 2 might not be enough though, but rather drive the catches 3 right now. Looks like Yangfeng Yaoguai, they're trying to retreat. The damage coming in from Doom just a little bit too much. Zaushi could not get a target that he wants. Fish God looks like he has to retreat with the flicker. Good attempt by Yangfeng Yaoguai, but I feel like quite a lot was botched there.
Yeah, I think they needed to decide whether or not the inhibitor was more important than the fight. And I think that Yangfeng Yaoguai got a little greedy overall. They did make a clean call on whether or not to kind of just exit the situation entirely. They kind of don't want to stick around to see whether or not Entity 7 was going to make a mistake. And unfortunately, the most, the biggest loss so far has just been that inhibitor, but we knew that it was going to get broken anyways. Hide on Bush, he's been doing really, really well, dodging key abilities overall. But let's talk about Shin's Fury of the Phoenix. The timings of it are really, really nice. And not to mention that most of their battle spells are still open, so it's kind of on Entity 7 right now to make the play.
Yeah, the damage is pretty good too. Yi1 tries to get a kill. Unfortunately, Death was welcome, did not hit onto anyone. Vanguard might get taken down though. Lung able to get that kill. Doom very, very low, has to get away. Zed tries to chase alongside with Zaushi, able to get one, able to get Doom. Hide on Bush, Shin, as well as Akashi tries to get away here. Good re-engage by Yangfeng Yaoguai, especially coming in from Yi1 as well as Zaushi.
Yeah, Yi1 now being proactive. Every single time his flicker is available, he is looking to start a fight. And so far, Entity 7, they've been reacting to it very often. How often? Too often. And I think they just need to slow down. Yes, dodge it. Fallen Maple, beautifully done by Hide on Bush just to try and clear out these waves. That's how you have to play these fights. Very in and out, dodging key stuns, because once Yi1 doesn't have it, then Entity 7 gets their turn to fight.
Right now, Yangfeng Yaoguai is doing pretty well, but I really feel like Zed needs to be a bit more stingy with his Golden Hour, because playing Marcel for a while, you just know that it's kind of a telegraph ult, so you gotta play with the timings just a little bit. And it's unfortunate because his mid laner is Yi1, which he kind of wants to burst people down. So sometimes he might end up helping out Entity 7. So I don't know. I feel like for Zed, maybe just wait for Doom to use his Zaman Force and then ult the Zaman Force so that nothing happens. Other than that timing, try to be a bit stingy with the ult.
Yeah, I think those are probably your best bets. They've got first position right now, and you can see that Zed, he's thinking about trying to get access to that backline. Bagwin!
Ooh, nice dodge. Yaoguai. Zed goes in, Fear the Phoenix, able to hit onto 2. And right now the Golden Hour not hit onto anyone. Yi1 tries to escape. Zed as well, but from the back, Zaushi able to get Shin. And Lung and Zaushi are there to deal with Doom. Doom, no more Zaman Force getting chased down, but he might kill them. But Fish God able to secure the kill. alongside with Zed, able to catch on Hide on Bush. So right now, the recall is not going to be there.
Yep.
Hide on Bush might even 1v1. Zed might get the kill here. Zed, can you do it?
Oh!
No, you cannot Hide on Bush with that one, but it don't matter. Dong Feng Yaguai wins game number 1.
Holy cow. DFYG come up on top. Big punishments onto Entity 7 side and great mechanics being shown and displayed here in game number 1. The final score being 13-11 in favor of Dongfeng Yaoguai. But as we were talking about like the major wombo combos that could happen and being patient with it, he actually finds the exact situation. Oh, Harith is about to do something. I'm gonna cut him off from the fight with my golden hour. And yes, they still were able to disengage, which is the entire point of the golden hour, and they managed to wait the entire duration of that Zaman Forth. I'm pretty sure that Doom is probably seething, thinking like, oh man, if I just had a couple more seconds, I think he would have completely eliminated that back line and maybe still had enough to take on Claude at the very end.
Yeah, this is why I kind of feel like Harley is going to be a pick that you kind of have to be careful of, because again, honestly, with 2 items, it's going to be enough for him to be a threat. Even if he doesn't get a kill, it kind of doesn't matter as long as he keeps the opponent low enough, and then his team can capitalize.
Games of the Future 2026 is back. And this time we're going to kick off Group D matches with ONIC versus Pro. This is ONIC, the Indonesian ONIC, versus Pro Esports. Of course, one of only the Cambodian Pro Esports team. It's Renmar and Wolf still here on the caster's desk. You don't see us, but we're here. We're amongst the many little robots in the arena. Wolf, how are you feeling about this one? Because I feel like this might be banger.
Yeah, especially because of how also primal this could be. And I'm saying that because Pro Esports with Coil in there definitely wants to win against Kyrie. I think that Coil as a player from the Philippines is always a guy who wants to... It looks like a guy who always wants to prove himself as the best in his role, right? And I feel like if he is able to defeat Kyrie, that's a lot of, maybe... What's that term? A lot of things that he will feel like a lot of motivation perhaps, or it kind of feels like he feels like he's gonna be legit afterwards. So that's a pretty cool interaction between the two junglers that we will see here.
And of course, these are the defending champions, if you want to consider them defending champions for Games of the Future 2026 after their win against Aurora Gaming Turkey in last year's installment in 2025. Carrie, Kiboy, Lutfi, and Sans will return to defend their title alongside Kelra this time around in the gold lane. And we got to see a good look at them during the MSC tournament. But of course, they did get that shocking result wherein Team Spirit dismantled them in 3 games, sweeping them in a best of 5. We've known a good amount, or all of these gentlemen, for a long time. They are going to be killers in this one, looking to decimate everyone in their way after what they had to go through in MSC.
Yeah, what I do know from ONIC Indonesia is that it's literally a learning curve. Like MSC was literally a learning curve for them, and I'm gonna discuss that later. For now, let's take a look at Pro Esports with Kozen, Coil, P, Sorry, and Felix, and a massive Sa. You're looking at now. Look at that guy. He's this is what your therapist warned you, will tell you, that it can't hurt you. But yeah, a massive Sa, big Sa, actually can hurt you.
Yeah, big Sa isn't real. It can't hurt you. Big Sa is real. And of course, Pro Esports was one of the surprises of the tournament as well. Especially the duo of Coily and Kozen. 2 absolute killers as well for the Cambodian champions. Of course, when you think about Coily, you think about the assassins, whether it's the Fanny, it's the Ling, although she's sort of dipped out. Could even put the Hirara up there, but the Ling and Fanny were his signatures that made him stand out. Meanwhile, Kozen has a Harith you really gotta respect. But Pro, if they don't get their go play style off from the very beginning, then we don't get to really see them thrive in any other condition.
Actually happens. And now that I see it, I think there's a little bit of a pattern here. It's 2 Filipino imports with double K as their connections, which is interesting. And they're both in the same roles as well. So there's a lot of parallelism in the 2 teams. But I do agree with you. Coily and Kozen, or Pro Esports in general, if they are not able to find a lineup or a play style or a state of play where they can continuously go up against their opponents, like always force team fights, they don't look like they are dominant. The reason why they lost against Young Galacticos was that they were really just nerfed. They were just held down by Young Galacticos. But whenever they play up against teams where they are so aggressive, they look really good. And another thing to add to that is the draft also plays a major role in how Pro Esports would look like. If they drafted badly, it feels like they just can't activate Kozen, they just can't activate Sorry and Felix. But whenever they do find a good draft on their side, that's how you know that the mastery is there for the team, and you can see that they're comfortable playing that kind of composition. But otherwise, they need to A, have a good start, and B, look for a good draft.
Maybe they can also ask for some evolution from them, considering that we did get to see them thrive with early game compositions. They are up against ONIC, and ONIC are a team that if you really try to dance with them, only a few select teams can really sweep the rug from beneath under their feet if trying to play them in an early game style matchup. I mean, Team Spirit was able to do it. A bunch of other teams were able to do it in MSC as well. But if ever Pro Esports can show that they can evolve and they can play a steadier game and this isn't just all gonna be snowball, then that shows some growth for the Cambodian squad that, of course, that took a lot of people by surprise during the MSC tournament that we saw just a few days back. It's not even a week back, it's a few days back. So in just a bit, we're going to be seeing Pro and ONIC in a little bit. But if you want a little bit more information about Phygital Games and games of the future, then let's watch this.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Games of the Future 2026 here in Astana. For the next several days, Astana will host one of the most exciting sporting events of the year. But this isn't a regular sports tournament. The Games of the Future bring together the best of both worlds, traditional sports and cyber sports, in a unique format called Phygital, which combines physical and digital competition. In Phygital sports, athletes have to perform both on the screen and on the field. They need fast reactions, smart decision-making, teamwork, and physical fitness. Winning here takes much more than mastering just one side of the game. This year, the tournament welcomes more than 800 athletes from more than 50 countries, competing across 8 different disciplines. Players, coaches, fans, and technology brands have all come together in Astana to be part of this global event. The competition is fierce, with a prize pool of over $4 million. But the Games of the Future are about more than just winning. They show how sport is changing and how technology is creating new ways to compete. The event has already attracted a huge global audience. The tournaments are watched by hundreds of millions of people, most of them between the ages of 18 and 34, a younger generation who are invested in both sports and digital competitions. It's clear that Phygital sports are becoming one of the fastest growing trends in the world of competition. Over the next few days, we'll take you behind the scenes, meet the athletes, hear their stories, and find out what it takes to succeed in this one-of-a-kind tournament. From quick interviews and fun challenges to exciting matches, we'll show you everything happening at the Games of the Future. So stay with us as we explore the future of sport, right here in Astana. Let's get started.
All right, it's not just about what happens within the game itself and online. Of course, we can take this in real life. Physical sports, esports. The last time we saw this happen, we saw Falcons and ONIC in a laser tag match. Who would have thought? And Falcons won it.
Yeah. Back then, they were in a different organization, at least. Almost similar names. But now we will be seeing them for sure in this tournament, and it could be a rematch from then on. Honestly, ONIC, the team that we will be watching pretty soon, has back-to-back finals appearances for Games of the Future ever since it started, right? So that amounts to something for sure. You know what I'm curious about is there was a recent announcement with the ONIC squad.
Oh,
I don't know if you.
All right.
So I don't know if that guy, the big brains of the MLBB world, I don't know if he will appear. Probably not, but it will be nice to see him sometime soon.
Yes. I believe you're referring to, if we have Coach CW, Coach BW. Wait, why would there be a W in there? Coach B, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Coach B.
I wonder.
I wonder. I don't. Actually, I don't know if I can't seem to recall if that role is actually announced for. By the way, we're talking about Baloyski, everyone. So there was a recent announcement that Baloyski is not part of the ONIC organization. An end of an era for Geek Fam for sure. But when it comes to him with Kyrie, him with Coach Yeb, him with the ONIC organization in general, it's more of a homecoming, in fact.
Yeah. And it's great. We've always thought about, I wonder what how Baloy will be like in that position. But of course, we don't know, because the last time we saw the ONIC squad, it was Coach Yeb and Coach CW with the rest of the team in Paris. How fast they were able to fly on over, if ever it is official, and they wanted to start it off right away, right after his wedding. If Coach B is also right there over outside of Kazakhstan in Astana. But yeah, all assumptions here, of course. It's exciting times for the ONIC squad. I know they had big goals, especially for MSC. Kelro was not shy about talking about how he really didn't want to be in the third place match again. That's why he was just balling out in the third place match against Falcons, sweeping them. While on the other side of this discussion, Aurora. A lot of people expected that they'd make it into the finals actually, or maybe even a deeper run, but not going out of the first round and knockouts the way they did.
I mean, I think it's by association to the fact that they were able to get a win and even put Team Liquid, a top team that everybody expects, into the lower bracket, and them defeating ONIC Indonesia afterwards, right? So there's a lot of evidences that could point to Aurora Gaming being the one favored in that tournament specifically. But also you have to think about this tournament that it's open for everyone, like, and also I think that we're just sad because our good friend Midnight, yeah, it was extra difficult for me to watch because of that factor. I think I was rooting for him way too much, but I'm proud of rooting too much actually.
On the Filipino broadcast, yeah, you were.
Unfortunate Filipino broadcast, but here right at home for sure.
I see. Well, Coach Midnight, well, he's working, so he won't be able to see this. But if ever he does see this eventually, you still owe me 5 bands. As I did put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
Put up a sign.
Oh yeah.
With Midnight, right from Midnight, it's easy. It's like you guys can message Midnight at Coach Midnight at this moment and his official pages, and he'll give you diamonds, skins if ever. More than happy to do that. Coach Midnight,
yes sir.
One of the proudest children of Turkey.
Yeah, Kırmızı Beyaz is. I hope did not butcher that. Yeah. But kidding aside, going back to this matchup, it's ONIC going up against Pro Esports. One thing that I'm excited about is the awakening of this squad, because I felt like during the third place match, it seems like activated for ONIC. Something that they would have been happy to have activated during their match up against Team Spirit. But we find out that Team Spirit eventually were the champions and were the masters of the meta game anyways. But on the same day, just right before that, it felt like ONIC Indonesia has somehow understood the metagame now, that they have to force Kelra in positions where it is a strong lane now. It cannot be like an even game in the gold lane where Kelra will just wait for the farm and then he hits like a truck at the end. He has to start way sooner, which he showed that he can. Playing the Paquito, obviously he can play the Brody, and I think like the Melissa is also a hero that Kelra likes to play a lot. So in just looking at those kinds of those parts of the competition, I think this is an exciting game to watch, actually, a series to watch.
For sure, especially as we know how Pro likes to play. Pretty sure they also had some time to understand the meta a little bit more. They got some iconic wins with it back in MSC just a few days back. looking back at it, they were the ones that took down Selangor Red Giants to the lower bracket, who, by the way, faced off against Aurora Gaming, the team that we were discussing earlier. In the other broadcast, so don't forget that there are 2 broadcasts for each day of games of the future, especially here in the group stages. They were then able to go down to the lower bracket after getting taken down by Yangon Galacticos. They beat Entity 7 convincingly 2-0. And then come the selection. Of course, Yangon Galacticos picked Pro, and Pro just looked like they were outclassed by Yangon. So I'm pretty sure that there were a lot of learnings there, especially with how they got taken down by Yangon and what they need to work on, especially in their timings of the trading, because that's something that Yangon and now their opponents today, ONIC, do very well. It's the draft for game number 1.
Oh. Zushin up against ONIC, one of the few teams that actually prioritize the Jushin. I think it's more of the Indonesian teams actually like to play this a lot, but most specifically for Suns. And the rest of ONIC, they're just really strong when it comes to piloting this Jushin because of the mid lane prio, then eventually them just controlling the river with that mid duo, with whatever roamer that they pair it up with. So definitely not a surprising ban here coming out from Pro Esports. But for ONIC, they banned both the Fanny as well as the Freya. And the reason why that is because Coily is also a good Fanny player. I'm not sure, this is the time where we can say that you ban the Fanny not because you're scared of the player. You respect the player for sure, but also because at this point in the meta game, if you're given a hero that is so difficult to deal with and the pilot of that hero is also really good, it just makes sense to just ban it out, even when you can use it yourself.
Oh, for sure. Don't want to risk it, right? Yeah. Even though you know you have the tools, Kiboy has shown that he can play Badang really well. He has shown that, of course, we know it's Kiboy with his. I was supposed to say it's Kiboy, but I don't know why it came out sassier. But yeah, Kiboy and his show, show and Badang, and I mean it's a good sense as well for ONIC, considering that the first ban of Pro Esports is the Atlas. Would have made a lot of sense that they'd set things up right away for a Fanny. But with the Marcel open, quick pickup on the Marcel for Pro. Let's see how ONIC will recover. They do get the Hirara. Kyrie was an absolute menace with this hero in the third place match against Falcons, completely tearing through Falcons. And Luthi gets his Barretts.
Okay. The Hirara, the bats, good combination right here. I wonder what Coily will answer with this. With no Fanny, no Harley, gonna be left with Nolan. I cannot think of another good hero to actually match the Hirara at this point, apart from the Nolan, because it has been proven that the Suyo is not enough, and up against both Barretts as well as the Hirara, that combination alone is a threat to traditional assassins like your Nolans, your Hayabusas, even the Lancelot. So I wonder if there is something different. They will still go for the Suyo. And this time with the Valentina, I feel like this is a weaker combination actually. The trio mid for Pro Esports will, now the Matilda being picked up. I think honestly, Renmar, this trio from Pro Esports is not built against the trio mid of ONIC. Well, not a trio mid, but yeah.
Yeah, not at all. Even if Pro Esports decides to ban out the Esmeralda, of course they'd love for the Esmeralda to end up with them, but even if Pro Esports ends up with the Esmeralda, is what I wanted to say, with all the shields getting distributed by the Matilda, then it's still gonna be way too fast, unless ONIC completely dropped the ball in execution and you get players such as PP getting to fire off and dropping the Marcel ult really well. Still, it's like a big what if, right? Meanwhile, ONIC, they have the more absolute outcome, which is that Matilda, the Barretts, even though that's not going to be a Barretts in the jungle, there's a good chance it still goes to the XP. They're just going to be way too fast with it.
Okay, now Selena being banned by Pro Esports, good ban, but I think they eventually can consider the Rafaela. I know that Rafaela plus the Matilda is such an overkill, but eventually the Rafaela will become a damage dealer. And the Rafaela has good synergy with Barret as well as the Hirara overall, so still have to really respect that. There is going to be the Eudora. So ONIC right now can look to their gold lane option or their mid lane option. Actually, a Gord will not be bad for ONIC, as it has the good matchup against the Valentina, up against the Marcel. There is a way because of the stunts that you can get in your overall long range, and so you hate playing up against big burst long range mages. So maybe a Gord could be a consideration. However, the safest, I guess, is perhaps a Farsa actually for Suns. We'll see.
Keep it simple with the burst and rotations. Essentially, have a crow and an eagle flying around. But this turned out really well for ONIC with the Vexana pickup. Of course, one of the sleeper hits of the metagame. With all the dive, close mid-range. You are going to give up the ultimate to the Valentina, but at this point, your lineup doesn't care. You have a lot of shields.
Yeah. And as long as you keep yourself hidden from your opponents, you're going to be fine. It's not like Sorian Felix will go out of his way and just really look for you and dive you in there. If you're careful, then you will not be copied. Pro Esports, again, the gold lane is just gonna be a Claude, and then the Alice. Pro Esports lineup it looks weak, but it does have a lot of ways to go about ONIC. But then again, it's like very conditional here for Pro Esports. Now, ONIC can just look for a stable hero for Mr. Maybe for Carla, maybe a Clit or a Brody actually. A Brody with a Matilda. Man, that's scary. They go even better. They go for the Paquito, which if you look at the lineup of Pro Esports, there's nothing that can actually threaten this Paquito in the early to the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, you can annoy it a little bit, temper its tempo for just a little bit, but in the end, it is inevitable in the early to mid. ONIC seems to have just decided to draft hard into the run and gun, high tempo, fast damage, just pretty disgusting. If they get their way with this, Pro Esports are gonna find themselves heading into game number 2 in less than 11 minutes.
That's the best way to describe it, actually. Pretty disgusting.
Yeah, pretty disgusting.
Scary, I would say, here for Pro Esports. I wonder if they have prepared with this kind of composition. I really dislike Valentina plus the Valentina in combination with the Marcel, because whenever I see Marcel, I want to look for bursts to go with it. There was a time where Valentina was a burst mage, but now it's not as much. And also, you kind of deter your Valentina in many ways. Unless the Valentina can copy a big ultimate that is long range, I don't see any good synergy between these two heroes. And then with the Matilda plus the sustainability of both the Paquita as well as the Barretts, there's just no good target for the Valentina to be able to burst with. So, I'm legitimately scared here for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems like it might be a good question of who do you think is going to get most kills in the side of ONIC, Kelra, Kyrie, or Sans if their lineup gets away with it. Now, if they don't get away with it and Pro Esports finds a way to make sure that ONIC doesn't get that potential snowball going, then maybe ONIC are going to start to realize, like, wait, do they actually have enough damage to deal with this Alice just hovering over around them, and with this Marcel too, that Kozen will just have the space. So we're not completely discounting the possibility here that Pro Esports might be able to win this game. It's just, with the current trends of early to mid faring so much better, ONIC might be able to lead through this. Kyrie gets stunned up, he gets found out. Goylee with a red tree, and he's still gonna be able to get away. Kyrie using the guiding wind of Kiboy. Just a hit or two, but they could not finish him off.
All things considered, Pro Esports, I think I'd give them that. And the only thing that really is bad is that there is no retribution for Coily for 15 seconds. ONIC might have enough of a leeway to actually burst this turtle, but Pro Esports in response are going to be pressuring the turtle so that they're positioning themselves so that they can poke Kyrie before the red's up, and now it's up. Actually, but look at that, the Daytona's welcome catching two, and now the Vixana ultimate to go with it as well, but the Throne of Ruin stops Kyrie from taking that win. They will eventually, look at that. Is the Eternal Guard being taken? But the two-man Eternal Guard in combination with the turtle is enough. They will take that turtle for themselves. A copied ultimate from Sorry and Felix at the copied Daytona's welcome will take out Lutpi. And Pro Esports comes up on top, but my god, did Suns make so much work in that game, in that clash.
Somehow they were just able to get a crowd control and burst right off on time against Coily, and we're able to take him out before he could get that turtle down. I think he popped the retry in desperation, right? He was about to go down, and in the end it was still ONIC and Sans who got the last hit onto that turtle. Well fought by Pro. So still, Pro aren't allowing ONIC to snowball like crazy. ONIC are getting some small wins, but Pro Esports still taking it. They're not gonna make it look like an easy time for Kyrie for getting those objectives. And now here comes PP helping out Kozen in the bot. Kozen, who has dealt with Kelra in the gold lane, that Phygital relatively well.
Yeah. It's 2-1. 2-1, but the gold lead is not that much because of the positive trade actually for ONIC. Think about it. The Golden Hour committed onto this. What the dodge? Whoa, Keyboy!
What?
What?
That was way too fast. He just used the sick. I think the moment he got out, he used Circling Eagle and then canceled. I don't know if he also used the second, but yeah, the moment he got out of the Golden Hour, it was just a quick Circling Eagle so that he wouldn't get hit by the Coily Blade Surge that was set up really well. And in the bottom lane, Kelra finds a kill out the PP. He gets the Marcel. Make that too. He finds the Claude also. Here comes Sa going in, but he finds Kelra with the punish, with the double dash. ONIC, though, are going to be poised, taking this turtle number 2 for themselves.
I'm still lost. I'm still amazed by what Keyboy was able to achieve with that. And his flicker was on cooldown during that moment, so
yeah, didn't.
I do not understand Mobile Legends apparently. Oh, what a combo! Big burst! They didn't even let Sa react to that. That was a big Eternal Guard into the direction of the dodge coming out from Kyrie. He's healthy. Coily's not. Here comes the Circling Eagle. They do have the Golden Hour to say this. Not even gonna matter. Coily is safe for now, but the purple buff compromised. Kyrie wants to take this for himself. He will successfully do so.
And this is what we're talking about with the lineup of ONIC. Scary as it could be if it gets the ball rolling. Pro Esports feeling it. Odeta's welcome. He surged right into it. They get to take Coily down really low, but it looks like they're not going to be able to finish him off just yet. Kyrie couldn't take him down. Lutpi gets away with a guiding wind. Keyboy also burned the flicker alongside Lutpi so that they wouldn't take any losses. A small win for Pro, considering a loss could have been them losing at least 2 members.
Conceal play right now. They want to punish Kelro or at least get Coily one jungle creep. The Rock Horse is important. Every single thing is important now for Pro Esports. ONIC all of a sudden takes control of the game with 3,000 gold as their advantage over Pro Esports. He just get out of there. Kelro wants this so badly, actually forcing Coily to go in. And look at that, the Throne of Ruin committed. The Eternal Guardian though knocks up 3. The Golden Hour to kind of stop this from happening, but Kyrie is already there to collect some kills. Gets 2. Now Sorry and Felix in the middle of it all. They want to fight this. Look at this. They will connect with the stuns, with the crowd control, and Kyrie gets the triple because of that.
This Hiraro looks like it has an insane amount of dashes because it can also use the guiding wind, and you mentioned it. Sans The Eternal Guardian was perfect. It delayed Pro Esports tempo in that fight. They initiated. They thought that they could bait Kelra into a trap with Sorium Felix waiting in the wings with a Throne of Ruin. But it turns out the trap, when sprung, was a trap for Pro Esports themselves. Now they look to get a win in the bottom lane by maybe getting a cack on Kelra, but then with the info in mid, they realize that they have to back off. Turtle number 3 will go to ONIC. All major objectives so far in this game for them, while Pro Esports have definitely walked into ONIC time, specifically their timers in this game.
I told you, man. Something in ONIC snapped, and it feels like they have understood the meta game after their loss against Team Spirit and their eventual win in the third place match against Team Falcons. They have understood that you really have to be aggressive. Kelra plays differently now. See how he is chasing the Marcel out of nowhere. It actually prompts some reactions for Pro Esports, but now a clash, it seems like.
But he's still way too tanky. This could be really bad for Pro Esports. They haven't used any major ultimates just yet. ONIC. They are trying to bait Pro Esports, but they do not want to bite it. They are just waiting. Because they know if they take a fight at the wrong time, then all of the damage and all the sustainability that ONIC has will just give them a massive L. So now they are doing what they should have done maybe 3-4 minutes ago. Slow things down for Kozen to get farm. He's only level 9 against Kelra's level 11 Phygital gold lane. Another purple buff will fall in the hands of ONIC. For Pro Esports, they are just scrambling to try and defend. They get a stun onto Kyrie. iframe, it's all ONIC.
Oh. Even the purple buffs now, and they have already forced that I am you, Eternal Guardian. Now Ludwig catches someone again.
Oh!
Sneaky Parrots, man. Now PPP wants to go for the exchange, but the turret has been taken out again. Suns with the lockup of the golden hour onto the backlines, catching multiple members of ONIC, but in comes the exchange. Kelra! Oh! The punches gets 2! Taking out both Sass well as Coily. And now Kyrie, very aggressive with the help of the Eternal Guardian, attacking some of the turret damage. Holy Shields pop, and ONIC will be happy to collect 3 important kills up top.
Oh, massive win there for ONIC. Sneaky Barretts. Sometimes it doesn't need to be long range. You can just do it right in front of you. A quick little chomp. And Sorium Felix, his Throne of Ruin, gets sidestepped. PP trying to get to the back and get a little bit more info, but the members of ONIC, their formation is too short for Pro to take a fight. They concede the Lord. It's an 8k gold lead. ONIC time at double time.
Oh. It's led by Kelra being very, very aggressive on this Phygital. I'm gonna tell you, he's not playing like this when he was playing Fighter Golden. No need for a sneaky bias, just straight up Daytona's welcome point blank against that Marcel. Now they're chasing Coily. They do have the damage from Kyrie. Coily retaliates a little bit. In comes Kyrie once again. Kelra diving in. And they're just forcing some reactions from Pro Esports for now. Holy Shields popped in the middle as the Lord marches up top.
It's already been popped topside. They gotta charge off. ONIC still here, relentless. Don't want to let go of the siege. Sorium Felix left to deal with a minion wave at the bottom, but Coily gets taken out by Kyrie, who made that look easy. Just dashed right into the base. In Pro Esports, they don't have enough damage. With all the sustainability, another death and is welcome. Point blank onto Sorium Felix. Throne of Ruin, but a golden hour. Quite off time. Didn't really synergize with it. Double kill for Sans of this Vexana. 14-4. And I said it, they could go down in less than 11 minutes. ONIC wins it in 10:56.
Right on the mark there, Renmar. And I feel like we have this confidence in the lineup of ONIC because of the draft. When we said that there's a lot of anti-synergy between Golden Hour as well as the Valentina, with now the Alice also coming into the fray, there's just so much that looks so disconnected from the side of Pro Esports. I'm sure that they have to look back at the draft and remember that the game really starts with it. The picture of the game already starts with how good you're drafting. And unfortunately for them, their problems in the draft, when we looked at it, was just so obvious and apparent. We saw that before the game started, and when the game did start, we saw how easy it was for ONIC Esports to disintegrate their composition.
That's why we just had that feeling of how disgusting, how nasty the composition that ONIC was able to walk away with was. Everything just turned out perfectly for them. Lutpi yet again showing how great he is with this Barretts. And even though the first blood there fell onto Kyrie and Pro Esports were able to take down the Hirara, just a slight moment of brilliance again by Sans. Secure more crowd control, more kills, and even get the turtle for the team. By Pro Esports winning it early, ONIC stuck to their game plan and made Pro Esports feel it team fight after team fight.
There's only one team fight that looked okay for Pro Esports, but even then they had to really scrap, really get a lot of scraps just for them to be able to get some trades up against ONIC. But ONIC, they make it look beautiful. This time, Sans as well as Keyboy looking wonderful in this matchup. Look at this, the Eternal Guardian is making so much work. And when they chase, look at Kelra, how efficient that was, so on target with this Paquito. Then Kyrie will surprise you with this one as he dove in instead. He looked like he will just back down, but then he thought like, oh, I have another iframe moment, so I can eventually take out afterwards. And with a massive gold lead that ONIC has, everybody can melt against this Hirara.
And they did just that. They really melted under it. Again, at some point, Pro Esports, you could understand why they were aggressive as they were and why they were taking the early fights early, because even then, if let's say they were able to get some wins in the first two turtles and they won in terms of the hero trade, then that's great. It means that they're empowering their lineup to go a little bit faster. It means they're delaying what ONIC could do. But it wasn't really a matter of being able to stop it. They could just only delay it. When you're playing around a Mathilda as your roam that doesn't die and you have a Barretts, you can only delay it, not completely stop it. You yourselves aren't playing into a lot of range. You're playing into a lot of melee as well. I'm talking about the lineup of Pro Esports, close to mid-range, up against a composition that has one long-range option in the Vexana, and then a great close to mid-range option in the Paquito and the Hirara. And add to that, shields for the team. Sustainability for the team. If you just look at it in the +1 + 1 + 2 + 3, simple math of it all, the ONIC lineup is better.
Yes. Face value, as we would say. I agree with you. Just the opening is already pretty good. The Pro Esports were tempted to go for the Marcel, as anyone would, honestly. But then again, the answer for both the Hirara as well as the Barretts, it's like trading two very good heroes for one good hero, right? Although Marcel, in specific scenarios, can be very good. But that's the thing, though. Never mind the fact that they gave away 2 meta picks to ONIC Esports in the guise of Hirara as well as the Barretts. When they picked up the Marcel, they should have thought of good combinations with it, so that then their first pick Marcel will be now a really solid pick. Maybe a Eudora to go with it so that they can set up. Maybe even a Kimi with a different jungler that they can pick up. Something along those lines. But they pick up very natural heroes. So it felt like they didn't have a good idea of the line of the composition that they wanted to have when they gave away both the Barretts as well as the Hirara.
Yeah, I definitely can double down on that idea as well. So let's see if Pro Esports are going to be able to bounce back from that in game number 2 as ONIC leads the series 1-0. We'll be back after the break. Pro Esports need to go back into the draft drawing board to see how else they can cook their composition to make sure that they can force a game number 3 against ONIC, who doubled down on Mathilda, Barrett, Phygital, Hirara, heroes that love to start off from the early game. Of course, paired up really well by their Vexana in the mid for Sans, who had a terrific game. Welcome back to the broadcast. Group D matches for the second half of the day is what we're covering. And if you're asking who we are, I'm Renmar, and I'm here with Wolf.
we are witnessing a lot of good, I would say, intermediate understanding of the metagame that we have. And I'm saying that because it feels like back in the MSC, it's like almost new, right? We are still cooking. So after a month, ever since the newest patch, now we are seeing how teams have developed. And I'm saying this only because there is one kind of playstyle that will ensure that you will win the matches. We did not see that specifically in the second series. Maybe some semblance in the first series, but right now ONIC Indonesia are showing us how it's done, because they are also showing how Team Spirit and Young Galacticos made it happen in the championship. It's all about the early game snowball, and on top of it all, 2 heroes are vital. It's the Hirara and the Barretts.
And we were discussing earlier, it seems like the metagame, as showed off by Young Galacticos, Team Spirit, and in this game number 1, ONIC, were distilled down to the purest form of what MLBB is. Get more damage, get more kills, win the game. I mean, that's how, for majority of the time we've been playing MLBB, we've understood it. Up until, us Filipinos had to show up with objective and macro, and then now we find a balance wherein, it's snowball, run and gun, get wins early on, but you do so with clear objectives in mind. Whether it's because you're doing this so you can cut a wave, disrupt jungle pattern, win an objective, you've balanced the micro brawly style with a lot of macro, and this is what you get. The meta game we find ourselves in as we find ourselves in the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be the Marcel as gonna be the just they're so sold into this school of Marcel that they themselves ban it out. But of course that's understandable. Keyboy plays it well. However, this time Hirara banned from ONIC. I think that's a good way to approach this draft, where with the Marcel being banned, the Hirara will definitely be the first pick. So I think that Pro Esports, they're going to be better off denying the Barretts. I think they should take the Barretts. No, they deny a different hero, which is the Jushin. And what's stopping ONIC from picking up the Barretts once again?
Yeah, nothing, honestly. They could just go ahead and pick it up. Or if they decide to just tell Pro Esports, like, okay, the Barretts is open for us, but we don't care. We're going to get our signature hero onto Lutpi, who ended his MSC run undefeated with the Uranus. Undefeated, yeah. Completely spotless record on the Uranus.
Yeah, Phygital Barretts might actually be there, or Phygital Uranus. And the reason why I say, it's Belleric. But it's like,
hey, hold on.
Belleric is like Uranus in the roam role.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a stun. Think about it. Yeah, because...
Yeah, I mean...
Alright, if I'm not mistaken, because I have not played Belleric, all of its spells are also like self-targeted, right?
Just the second skill, the one that he can get the enhanced basic attack that gives him a heal. Self-targeted, it means, it comes out of him.
Yeah.
If that's what you're pointing out.
Yes.
First skill comes out of him. Third skill, Wrath of Dryad, comes out from around him. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like Uranus, actually. Which, the only targeted spell is like your second skill, which is a dash also. It's like...
Yeah.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that, the Uranus would have been a really good pick, like you mentioned. But now, you don't necessarily want to pick up the Barretts here for ONIC, because I think it's just overkill at this point. But you can hide the you can just flex this Paquito up until the end. So I think that you want to pick your Sun Zero here, actually. They can go...
Is Esme open? Can't they go Esme?
But that also means that you kind of reveal that this is a jungle Paquito, right? Oh my goodness, they still pick the bats. Of course. Of course.
Wow.
Of
You know,
course.
think about it. That's a lot of flex. Like, if Pro Esports want to overthink it, Kelra can go... I mean, Paquito can go XP Gold or jungle. Bellary can go Roam or XP. Barrett can go XP or jungle. You can't completely turn off the idea of flexes.
Yep. You're right, but it's like... Let's take a look at the composition of ONIC, the first 3 picks of ONIC, and this sort of proves what we said about them. They're just exposing what the best heroes will be at the meta. It's like ONIC Indonesia continued watching Womi's tier lists of heroes to pick. Get the S plus heroes out there and pick it up for themselves. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. 3 S plus heroes that ONIC were able to get.
Man, that's... Oh... We had a phrase for it. I just can't remember what our exact phrase was in MSC for it. It wasn't highway robbery. I think it will come back to me. They banned out the carry Melissa. Do you think this is a little bit telling that the Paquito might most likely be going into the gold lane now for Kelra? Or are they using it to just bait reactions out?
I think it's for baiting reactions. I think that Yeb is like that. Yeb drops like that. Although CW, of course, is the coach here, but Yeb is there. So, yeah, this definitely is an influence from Yeb. So that means that they will fourth pick the Sun Zero, right? So that they can keep the flexibility out there for the 4 heroes that they have. So what will be that hero? Man, if they pick up the Raphael, I'm gonna lose my mind. But I think the safest hero is the again a Vexana probably, or an Eve. But if they pick the there we go for the Valentina against Zushin, I guess.
Yeah, you got the Crimson Beacon, lots of dashes, the Terrify. I'm thinking if maybe that they're looking for a combo with the Valentina at the center. I mean, I don't think they're gonna go run it back with a Khalid Valen in the middle. So this might also just be, besides it being an answer for the Juicin, maybe they're seeing that there's great options for Pro Esports in the roam that could potentially have a great ultimate that Sans could steal, and that's what they're blocking. Maybe something like you know what? I really just can't think of one.
Okay. Pro Esports have good answers. You know what? All things considered, I like the lineup of Pro Esports. The Brody is a good pick here because you don't know what exactly you're going to be facing with. So just choose a hero that wins almost all of the lane matchups, especially when the Melissa is already banned by your opponents. And then you have the Minotaur, which completes the dual tanky heroes that you have, dual contact heroes for Pro Esports. So this is, with all due fairness, a good adjustment coming up from Pro Esports. Okay. Now,
Guinevere in the roam. How do you feel about this?
Is it in the roam? Because it could be Jungle Gwyn.
No, yeah, it is.
And then Gold Paquito. All right. I gotta say, the first 4 picks of ONIC, really good. The last pick, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's beyond my understanding. This is more of an ONIC thing, right? Carl TZ, when he went back in the Philippines, he went live and he practically lost his brain on how there is no late game insurance for the teams, but yet they keep on winning. And this will definitely grind Carl TZ's gears if he sees this composition. No marksman, no late game, purely early to the mid. It's really strong though in that stage of the game. And my God, do they have stuns.
What is early game? What even is MLBB today. Just long position of ONIC and you'll see it. Aggressive trading to start things off in the middle. Kiboy and Sans. This Belleric and this Valentina together against the Minotaur and Juicin. I'm sort of feeling though like that Valentina also came out somewhat blind, but they knew most likely. I have the strong feeling that they knew that the Minotaur was just coming out. It would have answered their lineup really well. Now theoretically, just looking at looking at the best heroes in the room. Now you can get yourself a good old nice Minoan Fury. You can just pop off at any time that you want, countering the dive and the engagements a pro wants to do, creating a little bit more space. Maybe this Guinevere, with all the crowd control now that they have for the roam mid trio, maybe it's really just like all utility. Like it's just a knockup machine. It's a keep myself alive so I can get objectives machine. And then it's really just all for Kelra and Lutpi. This is a lineup maybe for the side laners to thrive.
I think the misconception about the Guinevere is that it doesn't have the damage, but in the early stages and on the right targets, actually, if you knock up the right person and you have the right people around you, right heroes around you, you can actually easily take out targets, even when they're tanky enough. As long as you target someone that does not have MR and chose to go for the armor, even when it's like a roamer or if it's an XP lane, you can actually take it out. And of course, traditional assassins and mages are food for you. So do not be deceived. This lineup coming out from ONIC has a lot of damage, but more so in the early stages.
Oof. Oh my. That got paused in the middle of the fight as the ultimate of the Valentina cosplaying as a Minotaur went off. Mid-team fight, and it looks like ONIC was gonna win that one too. Because heading into the circle, you see that members of Pro Esports decided to go down to the bottom lane to gank that Barret. But that's a Barret, you're fine. So you're seeing a little bit there of the brilliance of the matchup and the composition that was picked up there by ONIC. And then, with that happening, you now go back into the turtle pit where you see the members of ONIC realize, oh wait, yeah, it's easy for us to just go ahead and move forward. Looks like we're about to get ready and just hop in just a moment. You can see our marshals on the screen right now helping out the members of... well, we can't assume that it was Pro Esports that called for the pause. We have no idea who called for the pause here. But I'm pretty sure it was serious enough that they had to pause it in the middle of a team fight. We have to go through this animation before we can start it off. Oh, when we go in, there's already going to be bodies falling, and there are. Kyrie gets the turtle. Coiley's the one who gets taken out here by ONIC, and another death as welcome. Lutpi on point, still with the Barrets, takes down the Minotaur. Sharp execution by ONIC to start things off.
Now they will collect more. Taking away the jungle of Pro Esports. Lutpi, because of the big guy passive, actually puts this grabber very low. And no matter who gets those two jungle creeps, it's okay for ONIC, because what matters is that it's taken away from the Nolan, which we know has to snowball as well. The death on the Nolan is gonna be problematic. Kelra tanks the torn apart memory like a boss out there. They're gonna survive this Brody lane. And everything is looking really good for ONIC. Oh, man. Talk about meta game. Talk about early game. ONIC just have Pro Esports number this time.
Kozen gets destroyed by Kelra and Kiboy up top. That warranted the use of the Wrath of the Dryad and the Flicker as well from Kiboy so that they can take the Brody by surprise. Already the bottom, sorry, I'm Felix struggling against Lutpi and Kyrie together. And you talked about it, where people often underestimate the damage that can be dished out by a Guinevere. Well, if the Guinevere has a great early game and it starts getting the concentrated energy real quickly, and then it can go ahead and get that Winter Crown combo with it too, if we're really running it back to the peak of Guinevere from just a few months ago, then yeah, watch out for that. Pro Esports have to find a way to level things out, and it's tricky. You try to dive the Phygital, it will survive and deal damage while taking down with you most likely, or he just gets away. Kyrie finds a jump, and the burst, and the combo. Majority of that health bar went down in the hands of the Guinevere, while it was the Phygital that finished it off. Look at the damage on the Kozen. This does not look good by 4 Pro. ONIC is winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, Keyboy, out of nowhere! Oh my goodness! And they have taken out Kozen. Where did Keyboy come from? We did not see it because the camera wasn't focused on that one, but that was definitely a surprise for Kozin. From the back, a giant tree sneaks up on you. I don't know what you're gonna do with it too.
What is this meta? How are big dinosaurs and a massive tree sneaking up on people? Kiboy walked through the elbows, it looks like, and there's another death on this welcome committed there by Lutfi, not even using the flicker. The full-on combo onto one. They take out the Uranus, but the slow creeping tide of a snowball from ONIC looks unstoppable as Kozin is stuck under tower. PP's gonna try to help him. He commits a flicker to get out. Saz does have the ultimate of the Minotaur, but they're happy with that. They'll get the tower and push the Brody back.
And they're even slowly taking it so that Kozin will spend even more time and deny 2 minions away from him. ONIC just taking everything away from Pro Esports. 5,000 gold lead at this point. Gonna be fishing for more kills up top or even a push, but look at Kyrie. Kyrie finds Coily. Actually misses the spatial migration, so it has to back off for now.
Yeah.
But Lupi, the sneaky dinosaur, not gonna land. All right, Coily actually notices it.
Yeah, good read. Sorry. Oh, counter finds Kozin again off cam up top. The snowball continues. ONIC are relentless out of the box, but this is the box we find ourselves in now.
Yeah.
With Paquitos, fighters. There's so many names that you could call this meta, but right now this is just busted. Look at this! Tetanus, welcome into the spatial migration Violet Requiem! This is a demolished job by ONIC, and Lutfi gets away with a flicker!
What a pass! Coming out from Lutfi. The alley-oop, the lob to Kyrie. And that looks so seamless coming out from ONIC, and it's just 6 minutes and 33 seconds. At some point, ONIC, you gotta stop. They're already dead. However, Renmar, this is the composition that they built. This is exactly what they wanted to achieve, and they're doing and executing perfectly. And I think that even with this kind of lead, ONIC has to play like this, because otherwise they will lose in the latter portions of the game where the pro team will be a problem to them. So if anything, ONIC are just playing correctly this game, and they have understood that this is how you should play MLBB right now. Just be aggressive and just snowball out of control.
Is it time to call it the snowball meta? What do we call it? It was the unstable meta, but things are slowly starting to stabilize. But then it also feels like it's really just dependent on what team you're up against, what kind of team you're up against, the personnel, because we've seen lineups like these from ONIC and other teams crumble against similar ideas to the lineup that Pro is playing. But you cannot deny the fact, bigger and better wins in the early to mid games mean a high possibility of you winning the game that you find yourself in. Oh, fight breaks off. Uses the Violet Requiem to punish PP. Sans uses the Minotaur ultimate as he goes away for defensive utility. Sa gets taken down. 2 members of Pro are gone, and ONIC continue to steamroll as they then commit. He could seal play and Mickey Boy with a flicker, forcing out the flicker of Kozin. That was a flicker plus a wrap of the Dryad. Pro Esports, you just watch. Sorian Felix is knocked up and gets comboed, but he uses the Purify to get out of it, and the second skill to dash out under his tower.
Wow. Imagine you're a Minotaur, you're confident that you're tanky, you see a Guinevere, you're trying to chase that Guinevere down. All of a sudden, Kyrie turns on you and actually kills you from 100 to 0. That is, number one, how deceptive a Guinevere can be. Number two, how big the lead was for ONIC compared to Pro Esports, that a Guinevere can put a Minotaur from 100 to 0 in a snap. And also number three, how the meta is being shaped by all these early game heroes. A Minotaur that has a slow ramp, very tanky at first, but then gets slower because of the Flask of the Oasis priority for PvP as they initiate once again.
They find him, Kiboy, Wrath of Dryad split Pro Esports apart in that team fight. A member of Pro is not going to go down, but ONIC do not lose anyone either. Well handled by Pro Esports. Taking into account everything that could have gone wrong there, You're able to stay alive. Kairi missed the spatial migration jump. The basic attack gets tracked onto Coily, but he's able to just run out of there. ONIC have pushed Pro Esports out from Lord contention. 8k gold lead is way too much and way too risky for them to fully contest this.
Yeah. It will take just one Barrett's to fend off the entirety of Pro Esports and Suns with the threat of the Minoan Fury. He copied. Kyrie even pops the ultimate for extra down. What?
Huh?
Kelly just took out Coily.
He just knocked him out. Right off of our screen and back into the respawn point. This is some quick work that ONIC is able to pull off. Double fighters, but it's just all pain. Oh, Ludpi misses the death and is welcome there. But that's going to be a punish right off the bat. Spatial migration again. But the response by PPP, he gets to launch off with the Minoan Fury. Here comes Kara from behind in a knockback. I believe that's also from Sans this time, stealing the ultimate off the Minotaur. Goes and falls. Two members of Pro are gone, and ONIC continue this onslaught.
Oh, they are indeed continuing. Carry been forcing Soria and Felix out, but that's a Uranus. So Uranus survives, but Holy Shields will be taken out. The turret up top will be taken out as well. Kelvin is low, but he put Coily low first. Coily has to run away. No damage from Pro Esports to follow it up with, especially with Kozen being taken out early into that fight. Right now, not available. Sans and Kyrie and Keyboy are pushing in the middle. They don't have a marksman, so it will not be as fast, but they do have the power of the big minions on their side. Take inhibitor turrets at 11 minutes of game time.
ONIC with the big guy Barretts, with their big minions, proving the age-old adage that size does matter. Size of your fists, size of your damage. There's no way for me to recover. The size of your dinosaur, the bigger it is, the better the result. In MLBB.
In MLBB?
Yeah. ONIC. I cannot. Unfortunately for Pro, it's really difficult to see a comeback angle from this. How, like, just running it down, even if they get to take out one, there's so many things that they have to deal with. It's not even like instant. It just creeps up on you like, oh my god! Ludpi from downtown with a deathless welcome. I never thought I'd utter those words. Kiboy from the back, Wrath of Dryad. Kozen does not get caught. He gets taunted by a little bit. He gets zoned out. Pro have lost one. ONIC still have 5, and Pro have no answer.
No! Sun's being taken out, but my oh my, Ludpi, how do it? Well, he doesn't have the big guy passive, so he probably was not noticeable. But then again, he didn't even have to pop his flicker at that moment.
Nope.
All he had to do was
the distance.
I guess it's mastery for the Barretts. I think that Barretts players, the pro players that we have, they play maybe the Barretts on screens maybe 8 times in a day. At least. So that means that you know what distance you can cover from one bush to another. So that kind of tells you, because just the distance of the Daytona's Welcome, you have a little bit extra because of how big the model is, and your hurt box, I feel like, is what it's called. The opposite of the hit box.
The hurt box, yeah, the area with which you can receive damage,
or you can deal damage, right? Because hitbox.
Deal damage, all right.
Yeah, so it's like you have your own hitbox. You have your hurt box for each of the skills that you have. So, yeah, again, the Barretts, if you master it properly, you'll know the proper distances where you can reach someone, and Barretts without any stacks is quite sneaky, so it seems.
Yeah. Whew. We might be seeing another caller, a little bit of a nerf, because folks, that Barrett's range is, I'm realizing, is quite crazy, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, it might cover either the same or even more distance than the dash of the Phantom Execution of a Lancelot.
Oh, for sure. I think it might be the same as a Tyrant's Revenge, maybe.
Yeah, a Tyrant's Revenge.
And that's
already a pretty lengthy skill, and they already nerfed the length of how far you can jump with it too, like a long time ago.
Long time ago, right? Man, I can't believe how they pull it off. Every single good Barrett's player makes it look very easy to them. It's like in a game, in a professional match, they probably would miss one shot only, one Daytona's only, if not perfectly. They nail every single thing, and on the right targets too. You're able to find junglers, they're able to find mid laners. Sometimes when the target is just the roamer, it's already enough. They know where to hit it as well, so that they can stun multiple heroes. It's like, oh man, it really is the hero of the patch now, together with Hirara.
Oh, Barrett's. He's back. Wait until people start trying to bring back X-Borg or something. I don't know, but let's see. 14-2 in the kill score. More than 11,000 in the gold lead for ONIC. It would take a miracle for Pro. But Coily has been able to make miracles all throughout MSE. Might pull it off here today. Look where Kiboy is. Deep into the back. Maybe to potentially force a reaction, or maybe a massive conceal play. He'll get Flicker back in 6. Carried with a knockup. They find one. The burst damage from the Nolan. The knockup as well this time from PPP. But they get knocked up by the Lord. And it actually helps Kyrie. The knockup as well by Sans, but that's a shutdown on the Ludwig by Coily. They lose Kozin. It's 2 for 1. And that's a lead for ONIC. They've lost Felix, they've lost Kozin, and they're about to lose their Minotaur. The knockout strike from the Phygital. Pro tried to hold, but ONIC were relentless. Too slow, it's ONIC time. Too fast for Pro to handle the sweep.
When we said that this composition is good in the early game, well, I think that is enough of a testament, a kind of performance, I mean, from all of the players, in fact, of ONIC Indonesia, I mean. They can see that Kiboy as well as Sans, they're back with their usual antics and how aggressive they can be. Kelra was phenomenal in this game. Ludpi was definitely the highlight, and Kyrie, ever so reliable with the Guinevere, have shown us the capabilities of what a Guinevere can do given the right targets, given the right jumps. I think this is such a good display of the metagame now. For sure. I think this is an over-exaggeration, though, for how snowbally the meta can be. I'm sure that in other worlds, this is not the best composition because it has its own risks. But at the same time, it's also a big testament on how snowball-type compositions can actually easily win fights.
As long as you can make it work in the early, you get those objectives rolling, and you're not just hungrily chasing kills, but you're making sure you're taking away objectives and resources from your opponents, then it's all fair and good. You don't need the late game. You don't need conditions. You don't need front to back, excuse me. You just need raw freaking damage. What the heck? What universe have we? I remember I said this in the panel in MSE where it's like, the meta we find ourselves in now is empowered by the fact that there are two very busted heroes in the game, which is the Hirara and Phygital. You could consider Barrett's busted somewhat in the sense of sometimes it's actually quite crazy how much damage you need to dish out just to take it down, and the effect of hurting it more makes it even stronger. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. We are living in the world where this is possible, and it's good for some teams that they are able to find out this kind of playstyle and thrive with it. Unfortunately for ONIC, they had to lose first before they are able to, in MSC, so I'm talking about, before they figure this out. But I'm sure that this will be a pattern for all of the teams that are going to be competing in gigs in the future. Really have to think about your early game, draft in a way that you can win easily. And then when the time comes that you have to go for clutch plays like what Ludpi was able to achieve in this one with a wonderful initiation, then all you have to do is to look for your opening and just cherish that opening. And ONIC have shown us how it's done.
Red team hero
This really is the meta where when it comes to instant reward and gratification, it's like our 2026 brains, it's like it's better for us, you know? It's like, oh, what do you mean grind? We get it now. We want all of this good stuff now, you know? And there's so many heroes that can make that happen. Of course, not to distill the fact that it does take great mechanical skill and communication as a team to pull it off. ONIC were doing some pretty crazy stuff here as a team, like how they were alley-ooping through the Detonus Welcome, through the Spatial Migration Knockup as well. There were some great showcases of team and individual play here by ONIC.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Pro Esports, they wouldn't be able to at least show what they're worth up against ONIC in back-to-back games. I feel like it's a draft decision for game number 1. In game number 2, I feel like this is a draft that they can actually win with. It's just that they weren't able to activate Kozin. They weren't able to protect Kozin as well. And also, Coily died way too early in this game as the Nolan. And ONIC just smelled blood afterwards when they saw some weaknesses in the early game approach from Pro Esports. They just did not stop. They just kept on going, and because of this, Pro Esports will have to give away the first series point to ONIC. It will be in the lower bracket, but this guy Kyrie with the Guinevere is the MVP, and he will be heading towards the upper bracket match.
He was sharp with it too, maximizing the jumps, and you said it. It is sometimes overlooked how much a Guinevere could hurt, especially a Guinevere that gets all its cooldown reduction items early. And in case you forget, Guinevere concentrated energy. The quicker you get that item, the deadlier she gets. ONIC sweeps Pro Esports convincingly in our first match of Group D. Pro Esports will go to the lower bracket, as Wolf mentioned, while ONIC will face off the winner of GK versus Alpha 7 North. Before we head off on a quick break, or maybe an even longer break, we'll see. Any last words about this matchup, Wolf?
Oh yeah, for sure, very exciting, and I do hope that we get to see how they approach the meta game. How will they give it to the snowball, or will they do the Vamos versus Vitality route, where it's like fight after fight after fight? So that's also an interesting matchup to watch out for.
A lot of things to watch out for today. When we get back, it's GK versus Alpha 7 North to close up our Group D matches for Day 1 of Games of the Future 2026 MLBB.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And finally back. Thank you so much to all of the audience, everybody who's been sticking for this game of SRG facing up against Aurora here in Group C. Yes, it did take a little bit of time, but we wanted to make sure that everything was going to run smooth for our players, and our league ops have been working very, very hard to make sure that everything is going to line up here. Remember, we are live mobile category presented by Freedom here at Phygital Games of the Future. SRG will be taking on Aurora here, and this was a matchup that we've been very excited about for LFL.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially because Aurora should be, it should be pretty good based on what happened in MSC, but SRG for now, we have Innocent, Cram, Sakai, Stormy, as well as Humes. It's unfortunate, but they were eliminated quite early in their previous tournament, so we'll see whether they have figured out the meta, because that's pretty much what everyone's saying, that they lost just because they could not figure out what's going on, right? In comparison to Aurora, they got a lot going on. Like, they have a lot of metas. It's just that, it's unfortunate, but they weren't able to clutch it out. So this is going to be interesting. Aurora wants some kind of revenge, and SRG wants to prove themselves that they're still good.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense here with Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigaboom, as well as TNZ going pretty far during MSC's time. I think there's still a lot that this roster wanted to offer up on the table, and it's just unfortunate that the meta right now just feels very coin flippy. It feels like everything can work in unless you completely understand the ins and outs of every single hero that is supposed to be meta, and more importantly, what your opponent's priorities are going to be. I think that's the real difference maker here, and overall, they've innovated every scene so far. We got Apex 47 in the back to make sure everybody's up to date with things on the back end, and of course Coach Midnight as well, live on that stage itself to draft for the team.
Nice to see Midnight still there, and looks like the Atlas as well as Marcel have been banned out alongside with the Zushin from Aurora Gaming, and for SRG, but I got the Freya as well as the Pito. I'm thinking of Fanny should be banned here, because TNZ has shown that he has a pretty wicked Fanny. It's something that you really should respect.
I think everybody needs to respect it, unfortunately. The Freya, of course, Pachito getting banned alongside it to make sure that the Double Fighters isn't going to show up. They leave the Fanny and Hirara for the choice of Aurora Gaming, as they are the ones who lock in the Barats as their first pick.
And I feel like we've seen enough to know that the Barats is actually a pretty strong first pick, because even if you counter him in lane, his prowess is really just going to be annoying when it comes to picking someone off. Which, by the way, just notice, looks like Uni will be playing this one, not Sakai's. So I wonder if this is a trend that it will, continue on even towards the MPLs. Looks like we're jumping off the draft for a while. Maybe something is going on. Hopefully, that will get sorted out. But yeah, the Barats gets picked up, so I wonder if they do want the Fanny.
I think is Fanny something that they want, or do they prefer the Hirara for the iframes? And yep, it looks like they go for the Hirara for the extra iframes, and they make sure they also get access to the Selena, which is a really good option here, because it's not only does it slow down rotations, but it gives you the information that you need. This should be a Fanny pickup on the side of Aurora, but I don't know if they want to do it now. And yes, they immediately do so. Do they want to also hold on to the Cho just in case, or maybe like a Belleric Atlas? Atlas is already banned out, so it's got to be Belleric.
Yeah, so right now, I gotta say, I'm liking Aurora's start to the draft here, but knowing Stormy with that Selena is one of those heroes, just like the Cho, and honestly, even with the Fanny, as long as you're good enough, you can really turn things around. So I'm 50-50, but I'm really liking TNZ on this Fanny. I just want to see some kind of counter coming in from SRG, either some form of catch, or winning side lanes, just so that they can keep on moving inside of the jungle, making sure that TNZ does not secure any more green camps, doesn't secure his buff. So this third pick is going to be very, very important. Do they want to secure a Moskov just so that they can protect themselves, and instead they go for the Melissa?
I'm all for it. I'm all for it, because now they don't have to worry about the double fighter day. This still is a pretty early game composition based on what we've seen so far from Aurora Gaming. At this stage, it's going to force Sigibom back onto a marksman, and I think that's exactly where SRG is going to attack them. Start banning out the marksmen at this point. Get rid of the Moskovs, get rid of all the bad match for Melissa, and it should be forward after that. What does that leave us with? We also still have to worry about the potential move. Do they want to worry about mid laners? Okay, now I have to think about all the Melissa matchups. Clint Knight needs to go. Brody should be okay for Melissa overall. They should also worry about the Farsa, but they've got Selena on their side unless they got a special gift for Cram at the end of the draft.
Well, they banned the Rafaela, so that's good. Because yeah, thinking about it, that could have been a big problem. So for Aurora, I think, is there any real counters towards the Barats right now? I mean, like, there are a few, but they're not really all that meta. They're banning out a Badang instead. So if they're gonna ban more roamers here,
I think I'd say that Esme and you both have a decent matchup into it. I think the Uranus more so.
100%.
But
100%.
SRG are the ones who banned it out, right? Which is why Coach been eager to pick up the Belleric first ace case rather than Rara trade, which I think either way would have been both of these junglers.
Yep. Well, I like that Aurora understands that they need to get rid of a counter engager, or Badang can kind of be both, can be an engager and a counter engager. I'm thinking, because something that they have used before, Gideon, is that Kufra. I don't know whether they want to try that again.
Really? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about this one. The Kufra, I mean, I suppose, but I don't think it's going to bring enough value in the team fight.
I agree with you.
Purely just for Fanny.
I agree with you 100%. It's just that, you know, because they used it before, I can't help but think like, do they want to try again? Because, you know, yeah, one more time. Because maybe in their head is like, it's not a bad idea. And I do agree, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. And let's face it, even if they lose, they're just going to go to the low bracket, which, you know, I'm sure no one wants to, but it's not that bad.
Be that bad, but I also think that, you know, at least when it comes to drafting, this is going to be like a lot of information for SRG. I think that it was they wanted to get rid of Uranus, and it's maybe giving a Farsa over gaming if Cram has something that can potentially disrupt it. But that still comes at the cost potentially having a bad laning phase against this Barad. There's not a lot here right now that can actually deal with the way that he actually clears up the wave. And you called it from their hands for Yums, Eudora opposite side. So they're not going to go for the artillery. Want to happen.
Again, it does look like Midnight is just bringing back the Ube strat just without the necessary healing. I mean, Pagu can heal if he has Revitalize, but he really doesn't have to. Looking at the composition of Aurora, is just, we're all going to be good friends. We're all going to walk together. And everyone has some form of AoE damage or CC. Well, you know, like except for TNZ. Sikibo, I would say that it still has some form of AoE damage here. So this is like, they are creating the Aurora Avalanche, right? They just want to move fast, try to end the game by 12, 13 minutes. But somehow if they don't, the Clint is still there. He's still able to do a lot. One of the heroes that can actually deal with the Melissa, which looks like in this current meta, if you want to deal with Melissa, you just have to like outrange them. Yeah, once you outrange, it's so good.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I think you can handle it. We'll guess on what Cram is gonna do and lead us back into game.
Cram finishes up with the Terizla, which I think is drafted just so that he can be a body in front. Because in terms of counters, I don't really feel like he counters that much, not in lane and not in fights as well, unless he's able to get on top of Sigibom, which shouldn't be easy. It really shouldn't.
It shouldn't be easy at all, but at this stage of the game, man, I would like to see how this Terizla is going to progress. Yes, the damage reduction is always going to be nice. You can actually start the initiations, but I don't know whether or not it's enough of a threat to force things out of their opponents. Let's see how much lane presence they actually get in this game. We're finally kicking off this best three fighters of the day. RG facing up against Aurora, both of which RG with its own international prophecy, and Aurora being so far, I'm sure they want to prove themselves as we head on into the land of Dawn. Welcome, everyone.
Well, this is going to be SRG going up against Aurora from Turkey. And now I really feel like with the lineup that Aurora has, they should be able to fight basically at full by the second turtle. The first, there's going to be some skirmishes here and there. By the second, it should be enough for them to get up spy and try to take out SRG one at a time. But maybe that's what SRG is banking on. That's why they pick up the Kufra as well as the Charisma, where we'll have some form of AoE. Hold on, Pagu taking quite a lot of damage. Even though he goes in, first blood goes over to use, and now TNZ can't stop. Rosa looking for stealing. You can get Uni there. TNZ looking pretty low. Looks like the trap isn't going to be enough. Well, he doesn't get there in time. Yes, he will get the kill on TNZ.
Rosa should get one more, but no. Oh, from Stormy sees good thing, does miss the trap. At the end, the trades are very minimal. Overall, SRG are walking away with a huge chunk of money and a lot more kills than Aurora Gaming. From this stage onwards, we'll see if they're going to turn this around. Maybe on that top side.
Well, this is more of the SRG that I would say people were looking out for, where a lot of mechanical heroes and they're utilizing the mechanics very, very well. Is it really Lunar starting off with the all right, well, Sigibum looks like is losing a bit of the trade here going up against Innocent. Looking at all of the emblems set up, it looks like everything is all in well. Lunar this time is going for the tenacity, so not really going for any shenanigans with the Festival of Blood, including Cram. Even Cram is using tenacity here, assuming that everything is correct. And interesting enough, Stormy is not using the Veterans Hunter. So SRG looks like they will be getting this turtle for free. It is all off of Cram winning his lane quite a lot, and the mid trio of SRG getting quite a lot of kills. Sangre Giants, they're attempting for an invade here. So far, Pagu taking all of the damage. It looks like someone got stunned up at the back. Looked like it's Lunar. Lunar for now is still surviving. Looks like he's gonna get taken down. Uni secures the kill. And now TNZ is stuck. And oh my god, 3 men stuck to the wall. Yumes, an incredible play. Stormy secures another kill onto TNZ. Even though he died, but still the trap does a lot of work.
Those traps, you got to be extremely careful as we see these team fights really starting to get out of control. I mean, SRG are still sticking to their playstyle, making sure that all the micro mechanics are there and taking advantage of the fact that when you think the fight is done, it really isn't. And they know how to kind of press that advantage. Let's quickly look on over to the emblem set here. A lot of tenacities being built by a lot of our frontliners, but of course, it's going to be Mystery Shop coming in from both Stormy and Innocent to get that extra discount on their items. I thought it was going to be pull yourself together for Innocent, but he is currently running Quantum Charge on top of the Purify, so he's like, it's short enough. I just want the extra money.
No, honestly, I'm with you there, because the meta right now is really just to get that pull yourself together so that you can spam your oh wait, he's going for Purify, not even going for Flicker. Looks like Innocent really is not that worried about TNZ. All right.
I think he can do a pretty good job. I think the only thing he can't deal with is getting, eaten by Lunar or, getting taunted by Pagu. That would be like the worst case scenario.
Well, looks like Humes is caught, but the bouncing ball still helps him survive. Does he want to go in with the Titan's Revenge? No, still waiting for that. Overall, right now, the Kufra does look pretty good because he's able to actually stop TNZ with a bouncing ball. So much better than the MSC performance for now.
Yeah, so far so good. And now they hit another arrow. They're looking for combinations and unfortunately can't seem to get above that.
Oh, Yumes! Titan's Rage hits onto one, and my goodness, SRG threw everything, even the kitchen sink, onto good old Rosa.
Going to be a little difficult here overall. So we see these teams, like, again, continuous fighting for a large majority of this game. They're going to be able to get the turtle on their hands, but the laning phases is sort of done for their side laners, right? I think at this stage is where Cram can really start taking advantage now that, Baratz doesn't have the stacks to maintain. And better yet, he's got the wave clear on top of it to kind of keep up the pace.
We rarely see Stormy on this Selena, but whenever he is on a Selena, I gotta say those arrows are very deadly. Even if they don't hit, they're pretty close. They're pretty close on hitting. And right now, Sangre Giants, looks like Pagu gets hit again. He for sure is gonna, I don't know, take about more than 100k damage by 10 minutes here.
It's a lot of the damage to take, and it's just to breathe for them. And I think that's what Aurora Gaming is trying to get. Just a single moment to take a breath and say, you know what? We're good. We scale back up our main win is going to be Sigaboom trying to win out this lane. So really, Aurora should be investing just a little bit more pressure down on this bottom side.
Honestly, I agree, because I feel like that's the only winning lane that he can really have, because Lunar, again, we're not entirely sure what happened in the lane, but looks like he couldn't do much. But there's a fight there. TNZ got caught, and look at all those HP missing. Rosa probably got a bad ult, but looks like the stun got over to Rosa, enabling Yumes to get that kill, and now Lunar is all alone. Cram is there, able to hit a penalty zone. Looks like Lunar is just waiting for death as Sigiboom tries to back them up, but the damage is not there just yet for the Clint. Oh my god, Lunar takes forever to die.
He's taken so long to die. I mean, to be fair, Rosa was already getting an amazing ult. Like, at that point, it's hard not to pick up as many kills as you possibly... Now, I'll keep it even, right? We look at the gold score. Initially, the build-up for RPG was looking great, but not so much, right? It turned from at least a 3,000 back to the 2000s, and Aurora are just going to try and just hold on for as long as they possibly can. Unless TNZ finds a different angle here, another arrow hits.
Hits onto Pagu again, and now the rapid dry use. Tyrant's Rage hits 2 onto those walls. Uni gets killed onto Rosa. Able to hit Uni. It looks like Uni still survives. It was actually Innocent that got beat up. Uni, Cram as well. Stormy is still fine here. Lunar looking a bit unhealthy, but looks like TNZ almost killed Stormy there. Good on Stormy, able to get away.
Now they're gonna have to take their time. Just a moment, because at this stage, Aurora 7 and 12. They can actually bounce back from this, and they even got the lane swap with the tier 1 down on bot side already crushed. They're going to continue this onslaught playing through Sigabum as their main spearhead. Lunar has to act as a strong shield, but he's just trying to maintain stacks at this point, right? He wants to hold this turtle hostage for as long as possible, all while TNZ can actually influence the rest of the map.
Looks like someone got caught, and now Rosa able to do quite a lot of damage. Yumes gets taken down by Sigaboom. And now Stormy tries to find an angle. Innocent is there. Innocent is free, hitting onto everyone. TNZ able to get Cram. And now TNZ tries to get away. He does not have the energy. One more hit, and it looks like Stormy is able to get the kill. And now SRG, Innocent as well as Stormy, able to influence the fight enough to push Aurora Gaming away from the turtle.
Yeah, lethal ignition, real pain to deal with, not to mention that also the glowing wand was still burning him mid-flight. That last auto attack coming in from the minions just put him at a lethal range. A little sad there for TNZ, but nothing much you can do about it at this stage of the game. For now, at the bare minimum, we are seeing that Sigaboom is able to scale up pretty decently. He hasn't died just yet, but these arrows coming in from Stormy have really hindered Lunar and even Pagu from finding an insane engagement.
I feel like Midnight and the rest of the team are telling Rosa, like, Rosa, next game you're gonna get on that Selena, because this is so annoying. Yumes channeling the revenge, gets TNZ, and oh my god, beautiful engages coming in from SRG. Luna tried to help him out by eating Stormy, but Cram able to get the penalty zone onto 2, and now Slangray Giants move in. Innocent dealing free damage on the Pagu as well. Luna, Yumes goes back in with a Tyrant's Rage, and up from the back, Uni finds Rosa all alone, gets a killing spree. Slangray Giants keep moving forward. Nice engages by Yumes and Stormy.
What are these guys? Delta Squad? It feels like they just continuously fight every single time. They're just using their micro mechanics and finding these incredible angles to get early on into these fights. And maybe this is what they were trying to implement during MSC, right? Maybe this was the major idea, but it feels a lot more polished this time around and a lot more confidence that I'm seeing from Selangor Red Giants, especially coming in from Yumes, right? After like a devastating performance during EWC, you would have imagined that he'd be a little more scared to open up this map, a little more scared to try for these big plays.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, the connection between Yumes and Stormy, I might even say it looks stronger than before. I don't know if it's like because of a hero thing with the Kufra as well as the Selena. They're chaining their crowd control beautifully, but here's the thing. Aurora Gaming, Sigiboom is 3-on-3, right? And he does not have the Sky Piercer, but at this point, against this kind of draft, I feel like he doesn't even really need the Sky Piercer. So I feel like SRG, they are 1 force engage away from Sigibum just popping off, but for now, they're still zoning out Lunar. They're still zoning out Pagu. Sigibum is there. Aurora Gaming, they just got to figure out how to protect Sigibum, and then they should be able to take SRG down.
Yeah, and I think that right now they're just probing the reactions of SRG, right? They're trying to see what abilities and what people get the Hornets Nets rattled up here. And SRG understand that they are a very cooldown-based composition. They can't just fight whenever they want. They have to time it perfectly with the Selena to get the maximum value. And so far, Sigibum, he can't seem to get in on the pit just yet.
Okay, these arrows need to stop, because even some of them, I'm like, okay, that should not hit. That should be out of range. But right, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not trying to glaze my boy, but if the arrows keep on hitting, it's hard to not talk about it, you know?
It's true. He's been landing headshot after headshot, whether it's, you know, against stun targets or whether they're just walking straight forward. But at least they haven't, you know, caused Sigibum to die. And Sigibum, he's already got his 3 items. If we look at it right now, Endless Battle, Fury, Malefic Gun already purchased. He has the damage if he can just get close. And I think that's a big problem. He's a little worried that maybe Cram can just flicker penalty zone him.
Well, for now, SRG, they're continuing the assault, getting the mid tier 2. And now only the bottom side that has the tier 2 left. The Lord is still marching forward. And this is still not easy for Aurora Gaming, because the siege coming in from SRG between the Selena as well as the Melissa. Even if they don't, oh my god, Sigibum got stunned, Yums jumped in, Tyrant's Rage onto 2, and then the follow-up coming in from Cram with the, oh my goodness, now SRG, that was a sick engage.
That was pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if SRG was ready, or they just have to be ready at all times, right? Every single time these arrows come out, it seems like their eyes are already looking towards it, whether it gets hit or not. Maybe that's something that Aurora Gaming could use. Oh no, another one.
What the heck? TNZ got caught mid-flight. They burning down. Stormy gets another kill. Lunar probably get taken down by Uni, but it's like Yums is the one that secures the kill, and then a double for Stormy. Getting a kill with the trap. Selangor Giants, they are not stopping. They are relentless. 12 minutes, 36, 37. Sigibum gets taken down. Wipeout SRG. They took down Aurora Gaming in under 13 minutes.
Holy, wow. I definitely wasn't expecting SRG to be coming out of the gate swinging as hard as they did, if I'm being perfectly honest here. They are punching, it feels like they're punching above their weight. It feels like they are chasing for something more. They are trying to correct all the mistakes that they made during MSE here. Despite it, honestly, the draft, I wasn't 100% convinced about it. Now seeing the way that they can play from ahead, sure, it looks good, but if they didn't have that lead in the first place, would it have looked the same? Was this all Banker's couple of interactions, or was it 100% faith in the teammates?
I feel like it's 100% faith in the teammates, because you know what? You just throw it out. You just throw it out. We're gonna go in.
Again, I mean, we're just seeing highlights of how many headshots this man can hit. And of course, there was that big wombo combo, of course, from Rosa alongside with Lunar. But even so, those moments ends up getting Rosa killed anyways. I think right now, Aurora Gaming, they're just not reacting to the arrows fast enough. That's going to be the main issue. I don't think the draft had much of an issue in this particular case, but a lot of these fights ended up in choke points. And I think that's something they have to recognize here. As much as they are good at choke points, I think, unfortunately, SRG is arguably even stronger just because of that penalty zone, right? Every single time you see Cram actually walking in, trying to follow up for the kill, he can absorb a decent amount of damage thanks to his passive body of the Smith. And when you think he's about to go down, that's when you see Innocent. That's when you see Yums come up with a go away from me, even with the Tyrant's Revenge in times, just to ensure that no, our space is front to back. You're never gonna get past us.
Well, this is insane. By the way, Mirko, I know you're watching this one. Shout out to you. In fact, you know what? To all the streamers watching, shout out to you guys. You guys have been amazing. But this is, I don't know, Gideon. How does Aurora respond? I really feel like either ban the Selena or get it quick.
Either ban the Selena or get it quick. I don't know. I feel like the Kufra was played really well from Yums. Like the early game was kind of dicey, but once they got that lead, I think that Yums did a really good job at completely shutting down TNZ while still finding like major value with his own ult. I think that's something that Aurora just has to play around, unfortunately. This Selena, I'm not 100% sure whether it's worth the ban or not. Maybe we'll see if Aurora goes over to the red side. They're probably going to leave it open and see whether SRG is going to be the ones who end up banning it.
Honestly, listening to the other streamers, even they're agreeing that this Selena has to go. I mean, Rosa's Selena is pretty good, so I think they will try to get it away. I'm more surprised that the Kufra worked this well. I mean, like, I use Kufra as well before, but I haven't touched it in like 1 year plus. Now I want to play it again. Oh my goodness.
Yums made it look like he was rusty during MSC, and now he's put in a couple of hours to kind of, you know, add that extra layer of polish towards the end there. It has been a very, very volatile game. Very surprising to see that SRG was able to kind of come back into form and really put down their signature playstyle. The early game interactions obviously not in favor of Aurora, but I think that's something that they can work out with, you know, down the line, or at least a single VOD review. But with that being said, our teams need to hit the drawing board. They need a little bit of a break. And of course, when we come back, more Mobile Legends action.
future. Games of the future. Games of the future.